never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And that right there is my cue. And away we go. Let's get this show on the road for a Friday. That's right, Friday morning coming on. Moon shining bright. Got a little cloud cover. Most of the smoke is cleared out finally. Yeah, but get set for the weekend. Well, let's see here. We'll be working our way time zone to time zone, 23rd day of July. Here it comes. All right, trust you've had a good week. Not a bad night around most of the country for moving freight up and down the highways and byways. Monsoon season still kicking out west. Four Quarters region, that's where you'll find the bulk of precip tonight. From, say, just east of Salt Lake City. Yeah, a lot of scattered showers and some pockets of heavy rain. Right along the Utah-Colorado borderline on down into western New Mexico. Eastern Arizona is where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall. And there's actually a number of flash flood warnings in that region. Of course, remember, it doesn't take a whole lot of rain to implement some flash flooding. Yeah, here just the last few minutes. I say radar indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the area, including Dilkin and locations westward. It's weakened a bit, but yeah, picked up a quarter of an inch of rain. Flash flooding with just a quarter of an inch of rain. That's all it takes in that part of the country. All right, let's see. State Route 87 between the 369 and 381 mile markers. Yeah, flooding streams and drainages. All right, so that's what's going on out west. I mentioned most of the smoke is cleared out in the east. We had a cold front that swept through the northeast Wednesday, kind of cleansing the atmosphere over the northeast. Now, not only did it bring an end to the high humidity levels, it also kind of ushered out the smoke that had drifted all the way across the country from the wildfires in the western U.S. and Canada. Now, forecasters say that the relief is only going to be temporary. Get ready. The smoke that drifted over the region Monday and Tuesday had turned the sky kind of a milky color in the northeast. Beautiful, radiant sunsets and sunrises, but poor air quality at the same time. Although a few showers did dampen northern New England this past day, it was partly to mostly sunny and dry conditions elsewhere. So for the end of the week here, showers may become a little more numerous in New England here on Friday. Even a rumble of thunder cannot be ruled out in southern New England, but much of the Northeast, actually a cool-off below normal temperatures continuing through Friday. Highs in the 70s will be common across much of the region, lower 80s for parts of the I-95 corridor. Smoke will be less prevalent today, especially in New England. That smoke and haze may clear out as far south and west as maybe Philadelphia by this afternoon. Despite the risk of showers in some of the northern areas, that's going to be partly what cleans out the air. Humidity levels are going to be much lower than we've seen as of late across much of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. Dew points are going to remain generally within comfortable levels across the Northeast for the first part of the weekend. Things begin to change by Saturday night. The cold front responsible for more comfortable conditions is going to kind of reverse course and move northward as a warm front. Saturday will be seasonable. Not the case by Sunday. Temperatures begin to climb back closer to normal levels beginning Saturday, but then quickly cross into the above average territory by Sunday. Now, that warmth will be probably accompanied by some showers and thunderstorms, especially in New England, New York, northern Pennsylvania, down to New Jersey. Further south, even though thunderstorms are still likely, the mercury is going to soar with more sunshine in between any thunderstorms. By the time we get into Sunday, residents in places like Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., are going to be back in the throes of 90-degree heat. Even where the thunderstorms do not rumble, humidity levels are going to be increasing once again from south to north as that warm front advances. So it's going to make it feel much more like it did earlier this week here. And looking ahead to start the new week, looks like the warmth is going to continue unabated. Humidity levels may drop a little bit on Monday over some of the interior areas, and by Tuesday along the coast. That'll make it a little more tolerable, but temperatures are still going to run above normal, probably through at least the middle of next week. So you had a little bit of a reprieve on Thursday, a nice, comfortable day here for your Friday, getting set for the weekend, and then things start warming up once again. Then we've got in the southeastern portions of the country, much the same as we were talking about 24 hours ago. There's actually two different storms that will be bringing more rain to that region through the weekend. A lingering storm over Texas going to bring some rounds of showers and thunderstorms to much of the southeast. That system continues to pump in moist, humid air from the Gulf of Mexico, which is going to kind of enhance some of the rainfall, the already soaked ground. It's really a quiet night tonight. There's a few spotty showers, pockets of rain. I'm zooming in real tight. Down in Troy, Alabama, areas south of the line from, say, Selma to Montgomery, just a few pockets of heavy rain there, but nothing widespread at all tonight. Now, we are monitoring an area of low pressure that's expected to form off the northern Florida, Georgia, Atlantic coastal areas, or maybe the Florida coast. That feature combined with this stalled front across the region is going to begin kicking up bouts of showers and thunderstorms across the southeast as we end the week. The warm Gulf Stream waters there off the Florida coast could maybe give this low pressure a chance of becoming more organized. It's a low probability. If it were to garner a name, the next name for the Atlantic season would be Fred. Tropical Storm Fred. Yeah, regardless of whether or not that tropical low does become organized, it is going to enhance the rain for portions of Florida starting today and through the weekend. It's not out of the question. Some areas could pick up 3 or more inches of rainfall between now and the end of the weekend. So at some point, things are going to really begin to start kicking there in the southeast. Then the other feature, which we were also talking about 24 hours ago, is looking ahead. Weather in the Big D, Dallas. You haven't still yet seen a 100-degree high. No triple-digit highs so far this year. In a normal year, you've hit your 100-degree high by the 1st of July. You've come close a couple times, topped out at 98 degrees. But flirting with that century mark a few other times. Triple-digit temperatures have been more common across the northern plains. Multiple stifling heat waves. But this weekend, heat dome is going to build across the northern, central, and southern plains. That will mean Dallas and some other areas are going to soak up the first taste of true summer-like temperatures. Probably going to hit 100 degrees first on Sunday. Yet nearly a month behind average. All right, average high for Dallas on this date, July the 25th, actually Sunday, would be about 97 degrees. There's been quite a contrast from north to south in the plains, June and July, where we saw Bismarck, North Dakota, and many other areas enduring 100-degree highs for numerous days. I mean, we even saw a 106-degree reading on June the 4th, 103 on June the 5th, 107 degrees in Bismarck on July the 3rd. All of those were daily records. All right, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, drought is much less extensive across the central plains, and there's no drought conditions right now in the southern plains, where plenty of rain has fallen during the spring and summer months there. So the sun has to first work to evaporate some of that moisture where the ground is saturated, which has been holding temperatures back in the southern plains. As that disturbance moves westward away from the southern plains, drier, warmer conditions begin to take hold over the weekend. A strong area of high pressure is going to strengthen in the central plains over the weekend and into early next week. That's going to lead to the first heat wave of the year for parts of the central USA. Yeah, even with the building heat, some places in Texas and the immediate north may still fall shy of the century mark. Yeah, Waco, Texas, temperatures at or above 100. You're probably not going to see that. Warmest day is going to be Monday. Forecast high is 98 degrees. Oklahoma City, another area that has not yet seen 100 degrees, probably not going to do that still through at least early next week. Wichita, Kansas, you've had 4 days so far in July where you did reach the 90s. Forecast highs to be maybe within a few degrees of 100, 1 or 2 days next week. All right, by Monday, many areas in the Dakotas, southward into Kansas, will be looking at triple-digit highs once again. A few areas in North Dakota may actually be approaching 110 degrees early next week. It's kind of odd how you see the triple-digit highs way up in the north, places like the Dakotas, but not seeing those sort of temperatures in the deep south, where you would anticipate normally seeing the warmest of the temperatures. All right, aside from our shower activity back in the Four Corners region, we do see a little bit of rain sweeping through. You've got the Nebraska Panhandle, some showers there, a little bit of rain on up into western and west central portions of South Dakota. Then you get on up into southern portions of Canada. Some of that shower activity maybe going to be pushing through northwestern portions of North Dakota. But all that activity is kind of moving from southwest to northeast. You've seen some rain up there in the northeastern portions of Wyoming. All right, with that, what are we looking at? About 12 past the hour. Great to have you with us around the country. As always, it is 844-844-3388. That's our number. Who's checking in? Moose being a funny guy. Big Moose first Big Moose second, Big Moose third. Let's see. John says, hello from Ida, Illinois. Muggy, a little smoky still, 77 degrees. Time for some rest. Everybody have a great Friday. Stay safe out there. Timothy checks in. Good morning. Michigan Madman is on board. Captain Ron checking in. One day closer to Monday. As always, thanks for the reminder. Let's see. Raymond, good morning, Steve. I'm in Chillicothe, Ohio tonight. Eskimo Mom's on board. Let's see. Gilligan checking in, 67 and clear in Ironto, Virginia. Ironto, what is that? James says, love listening to your show while working Uber Eats deliveries here and around the northern metro Atlanta area. Uber Eats. What else available at the midnight hour? There aren't many options, are there? So, let's see. Morning from Central Florida. Clear skies, 75 degrees. That's Richard checking in. Mercury Man checking in from Vicksburg, Mississippi, where it's 82 degrees. Crossing the Mississippi River, we're watching a beautiful big moon. What a gorgeous night. It looks close enough to be a full moon. Technically, the full moon is going to be rising Friday night into Saturday morning, but yeah, tonight and then Saturday night, Sunday morning, it's going to be a kind of a full moon kind of weekend. All right, let's see. Andy checks in. This is the America that I know, the best talk show bar none. Checking in from Parry Sound, Ontario. James is southbound and down, headed back to Fairfield, Ohio. Get my second and last load for this Friday. Be safe. And, yeah, I'm with you there, Kenneth. TGIF, Steve. Hello, Kyle. Got another weekend off from racing, don't you, Kyle? I know Josh is probably down in Tennessee now because they got the big NTPA action that'll be kicking off later today, as a matter of fact. And, you know, unlike the last couple of events that they've been to where they've had a lot of rain, I don't know, right now things are looking good. Be interesting to see because they're talking about more potential rain in parts of the Southeast. Yeah, hopefully Tennessee's not in the mix with that action this weekend. They need a break so they can get some tractor pulling in. Hey, Eskimo Mom, happy Friday for those who have a regular work week. Looks like the sky can't just make up its mind. Yeah, you got clouds here, then clear skies there, back and forth, as she rolls by Sparta, Kentucky this morning. Let's see. Morning, Steve. I know I said last week that I'm on the day shift now, so I don't get to listen live all that much. But when a wrecker drags you to the shop and parts won't be here till Monday, well, here I am. Not a good way to start your Friday, is it, Philip? Let's see. Beaver Stuffer checking in, hauling the celery to Ohio this morning. Good to have you with us. And all right, we'll get to some of the others coming up here in a bit. Kyle said, yes, this weekend off and then 5 weeks on the road. Things are really going to get busy. Be out there tooling all around the country. Busy schedule. All right, we get a quick time out. Get to your calls just ahead on a Friday morning. Great to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, before we get to some of our industry headlines, let me jump right up to the calls here. A bunch of our friends on board, and one of which is not horse feathers tonight. He sent me an email a little bit ago. He, for whatever reason, he's got a night off. He's gonna spend the night with the guppy, Mrs. Horse Feathers. That was the nickname she got on the cruise, Guppy. What's going on, Bourbon Street, Gary?
How are you, Steve? Long time no talk.
It's been a while, yeah. So are you guys back to
Glad
business?
you had a good 4th of...
Yeah, I had a great 4th of July. Are you guys
Go
back
ahead.
to business as usual
All
yet?
right. The company's getting back. Computer chip thing is hopefully coming back. But I got to tell you about what happened tonight.
Okay.
We went to a local bar, and our local bar has slot machines.
Yeah.
Okay? I put $100 in this slot machine. I was betting 80 cents. I cashed out with $2,089. It was a good night.
Not bad.
Nope, not bad at all. I'm up there with, who's that always post? Doc? Post his winnings. I didn't have my phone, so I could have took a picture, but...
Yeah. Well, I saw you being the generous guy that you are. You gave Becky $20.
Are you serious?
Well, that's what she said.
Well, yeah, I bought her a drink.
So you didn't even give her $20.
$5.
That's funny. She made a little post about, I saw she posted you won like $2,000 at your local bar, and being the generous husband you are, you gave her $20. I love him so much, she said.
Yep. So how you been?
Doing well. Yep, summertime.
You ready to go on a cruise?
Well, I'm getting there. I'm kind of ready. How about you? You got one booked yet?
No, I don't. The wife, she's going. She's going to Alaska here in like 3 weeks with
Really?
her son and his wife.
How about that?
They got their little COVID vaccine stuff, and they're gonna go. But I got to work.
Okay. So has she ever done an Alaska cruise, or is this going to be her first?
First, I'm like you. I never desired to go to Alaska. I always like to go to the beach. I don't want to have to pack like long sleeve shirts and stuff like that.
I mean, I wonder if people even get in the pool on the ship when they do Alaska cruises, or do they even open the pool?
Who knows? I guess I can tell you when they get back.
Yeah. I mean, I know it is supposed to be, it's summertime up there, so I guess, I don't know. I think they probably get like maybe some 70s for high temperatures. So that's not swimming pool weather, if you ask me.
Nope. But no, I mean, it looks fine. It looks nice. It looks beautiful. I've seen pictures, but it's the last of my to-do list to go to cruise.
Uh-huh.
You know, right now, I love going like we did on your cruises, Caribbean. I like my beaches. I like warm weather.
Bingo. Yep.
So, how you been?
I can't complain. I hear you had a good night tonight, but what was it like the last weekends? You know, what, somebody swiped your wallet at the bar or something?
Yeah, that's not a good thing. I lost everything.
That gets your
And I'm not going to give
credit cards, driver's license, all that stuff gone.
Oh, they got my whole wallet.
Oh man.
I made the mistake of setting it in the men's room anyway, it's gone. But we're all good. It's all coming. We'll get it back.
Okay.
I mean, we're not the wallet back. I'll get my stuff back.
Yeah. So I had to cancel the credit cards and all that. I'm gonna have to go get.
Oh my gosh, that is a nightmare. And I don't wish it on my worst enemy to lose your. Basically, it's almost like losing your identity,
Yep.
and it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's just. Can you imagine losing your wallet with everything you got in there? Horrible. Worst nightmare.
It's happened once before. Me and the princess when we made a trip to Myrtle Beach. We had checked out of our hotel, and we stopped at the Holiday Inn, parked out in their big parking lot, so we could spend just a couple last hours out at the beach there. And I had put my wallet in the glove box, and she had put her wallet in her purse, actually, in the glove box or under the seat, whatever. We get back in the car, we're pulling away, and she gets in her purse looking for her wallet, and her wallet's not there. And open the glove box, and my wallet's not in the glove box anymore. It's like, we ain't got no money. We ain't got no cash to buy gas. How the hell are we going to get home? You know, it's like, it was horrible.
Yep, it's horrible. And where we were at home when it happened, but it's not the money. I have no driver's license.
Yeah.
I worked all week. But, without technically being legal, I don't have a driver's license.
Yeah.
It's rough. But if you get time tomorrow, give me a call in the morning, because I think we're going to come by, heading out that way to Ohio if you guys are available.
Yeah. You're going to be passing through our area? Okay. All right. We'll be in touch. All right.
No. Yep. Just give me a call.
Okay.
You got my number.
Yes, we've got your number. I'm sure if I don't have it in my phone, Princess has it in her phone. But yeah, you could swing by. We could enjoy a couple of cold beers, right? Looking at 26 past the hour. Well, let's jump on down to the Sunshine State and see what's going on. Let's see if my computer. Come on, computer. It's thinking. You do that little circle. We'll have to circle back on that. It's thinking. So, okay, real quick, let me jump to one of the industry headlines, which this would kind of fall right in line with some of our discussion on last night's program. Remember the conversation where Big Moose and Grump were talking about, these driver training schools are not really teaching you how to be a truck driver. They're basically just teaching you how to pass a test. Yeah, the minimum skill that you need to pass a test, the driving test and the written test, to just be able to get a CDL license. The topic of discussion this past day, one way to improve highway safety and driver retention would be to improve the training program for entry-level truck drivers. That was the message from several industry stakeholders during the Driver Retention Roundtable hosted by the Department of Transportation and the Department of Labor. The driver training stuff, geez. Well, we have so far to go in these areas. Todd Spencer with OOIDA said, it is absolute lunacy that we still have big carriers today that'll have a trainer and a trainee in the truck, and the trainer may have no more than 6 months experience themselves. And they go down the road, and that passes as acceptable? Although improving pay was the most common suggestion on how to lower the driver turnover rate, working conditions also were a frequent topic. Turnover rates for the long-haul carriers more than 90%, meaning that plenty of new drivers acquire a commercial license every year, but quickly look for a new job. The Big Rig, the Trucking and the Decline of the American Dream is a book by the professor of sociology, Steve Viselli, who said those working conditions are especially poor for the entry-level truck drivers. The current driver pipeline, everything's organized backwards right now. It throws the worker into the deep end with almost no support. They start out in school, little investment in their long-term success, and then most of them can only get the toughest jobs working over the road for weeks or months at a time without the system's promise. And that locks these workers into working 80 hours in a week. Oftentimes when you break down the math, you're working for even less than what would be a minimum wage. But right along the lines of what we were talking about last evening. Let's get our news break. Got the cool breeze coming up here. Always Moving's on the line, several others, as we make our way into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is doubling down on her decision to reject 2 Republicans from the committee that will investigate the January 6th Capitol insurrection. She said she's not ruling out appointing additional Republicans to the select committee that was formed to investigate the violent breach at the Capitol.
There are some members who would like to be on it, but we'll see.
The Speaker defended her refusal to accept 2 Republicans to the panel, Jim Jordan and Jim Banks, citing previous comments and actions from them about the riot. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy says the other 3 Republicans he named to the panel won't participate in a sham process.
Because it's not going to change the outcome of what it seems like a predetermined or already written report.
Wyoming Republican Liz Cheney, who was selected by Pelosi, will serve on the panel. This is USA Radio News.
Our U.S. Constitution is amazing. It's full of what's called negative rights, designed to protect us from the corrupt powers of a dictatorship.
Like our right to worship our own God, not some official state religion.
Our right to prevent the government from seizing our property without paying fair market value for it.
Or our right to be tried by a jury of our peers, people like us, not by some star tribunal.
And that's why America has become the richest, most just society in the world.
Other countries force so-called positive rights onto their citizens. These enable one group to take from another group their free speech, money, and choice by using government force. Socialists love wielding this power over people.
Sometimes we take our freedoms for granted, but we can lose our Bill of Rights and our Constitution and become like Venezuela or North Korea, failed, brutal socialist regimes.
We need your help to spread the good news about our amazing U.S. Constitution. Help us take back America. Go to ouramericanrights.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on
At
Facebook.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, got a Friday. Well, at least in the Eastern time zone, we'll be working our way into a Friday. Across the country, great to have you with us. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. And it's the world-famous Cool Breeze. What's going on, Cool Breeze?
Hey ho, Steve Areno. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Friday. Yoo-hoo.
Yeah, what's going on in your neck of the woods?
Nothing much. Just they're still pulling all that dead fish out of the bay and out of the beaches. I got a count for you. It's up to 2.5 million tons of fish they've pulled up off the beaches and out of the floating on top of the water, Steve.
Wow, that's unreal.
And they say it is, isn't it? I actually did the math just out of curiosity on it. If you took that 2.5 million tons of fish and divided it up into equal truckloads around, say, 40,000, it's over 60 tractor trailer loads of fish.
Wow.
Bunch of fish. But they say they're keeping up with it, and we've got changing weather conditions. I was actually watching the weather tonight where we're going to have a wind coming out of the northeast, I believe, and it should be pushing around some of the red tide that's going on. It moves it around. When it moves it around, it helps to dissipate it out. And they are saying that what was it? That hurricane, or no, the tropical storm that bounced back and forth from a hurricane to a tropical storm, Elaine or whatever it was. They said that it was partly to blame for us getting it so bad up in the bay because some of the really strong winds. See, that storm went by about 50 miles out from Tampa in the Gulf, and when it went by and went on up and hit in the Panhandle, then it was the real strong 100-mile-an-hour winds were pulling the water right up into the bays. That's why it pulled all that red tide up into the bays here in Tampa Bay and Tampa and St. Pete.
Wow.
and it's also on most of the beaches out there. But it's a temporary thing. We get this red tide every year. We get it every year. They're working on trying to somehow fix it or to somehow lessen. And of course, the major spill from the phosphate mining operation didn't help any either. They figured they lost 220,000 gallons of already fertilized water back out into the bay, and that increased things too on top of it. But they got the scientists working on it, and unfortunately, we've got a really serious fish kill. And I've heard them saying too that they're going to have some portions of the bay are going to be more like dead zones where there's no fish in there at all, where all the fish have been killed out of it, and any fish that do get into it eventually they're breathing that nasty stuff in their gills, so they're absorbing it. And don't come down here and go fishing in this area because it's not recommended that you eat the fish that you catch.
Sure.
And don't pick up any off the beach and then try to fillet them and eat them either. That's not a good idea.
Well, my son and his wife, and then the grandkids are going to be heading out later on today, as a matter of fact. They're heading to Florida. I believe they're going to Destin. Are you aware? Is that an area where the beach is going to be nasty, or are they okay there?
No, it hasn't reached up that far yet. As far north as it's gone from the map I was just looking at. It's only gone about as far north as like Indian Rocks in that area.
Okay.
It hasn't spread any further north. Destin's way on up in the Panhandle.
Okay.
I know right where Destin is. Got some friends up there.
So he should be in good shape, clear water, beaches should be nice.
Should be up in there. That's a beautiful area up in there. Beautiful, beautiful area. The beaches up by Panama City are really, really beautiful. That's been something that's kind of been neat for me driving a truck out of this state for 45 years, that I've been to most every beach all the way from all the way down. I had one stop one time on this one run that I was all the way down on Marathon Key. I've never actually been all the way down to Key West, but I had one stop down on Marathon Key once a week, every week for this one outfit I drove for. That was kind of neat to go down to Keys. But I've been to literally every beach all the way around this peninsula at one time or another. And I've got my favorite ones, and I've got the ones that I've got marked. They had room to park an 18-wheeler at. And so if anybody needs to know that, just let me know, and I'll relay it back to Steve where you can have room to park a truck at. You usually got to go early, because if you go late after people start waking up at 10, 11 o'clock, everybody goes to the beach and it's just full. But I'd recommend, they should be okay up there in the Panhandle.
Okay.
They're not going to see Travis up there, are they?
I don't think so.
You remember who?
I do remember him. Yeah. It's been years ago. Yeah.
Yep. I keep in touch with him.
Is that right?
He's kind of taken the business over. He's still in that business.
Okay.
I'm not sure about his dad. If his dad was pretty sick there for a while, and I don't know. I guess I'll just ask him on Facebook and see what's going on with him. But that's a beautiful area up in there. Destin is just beautiful.
Okay. All right. Well, good to hear from you, Cool Breeze. Thank you so much for the update. Yeah, there was one time when we lived there in Northwest Georgia, one of those years we actually went down to Panama City. So the one time we were there, and it was a whole lot different than Myrtle Beach, where we'd been. The water's so murky and cloudy at Myrtle Beach. It was beautiful, clear water in Panama. I remember though, when the tide was right, you could actually snorkel out to the sandbar. Yeah, I don't know how many feet offshore that was, but you could snorkel out there, and you could stand up on the sandbar in, I guess it was about waist deep water. It was so cool. And on the sandbar, you could use your flipper to stir up the sand and find the live sand dollars. Good times. That's been a bunch of years ago, though. Let's see here. Good morning, always moving. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you and to everybody else on this absolutely spectacular, gorgeous summer night. The moon is beautiful. The air is so gorgeous outside tonight. what a great night to be sitting in a canoe in a pond and just floating around enjoying it.
How about
but I'm
that?
not doing that.
Oh, you're
I'm
not doing
down
that?
I'm moving down the highway.
Okay.
I did that when I used to do that, and I loved it, but I'm not doing that tonight. So I have a trucking question. It has to do with lighting on trucks. As I'm heading down the highway, like I do most nights, there is one particular truck that has really intrigued me, and I know, looking at the trucks, the yellow lights are on the front and the red lights are on the back, and there is one particular shape of truck, and I'm sure it's a tanker. It's round, so the front of it, the yellow lights make almost a complete circle. I mean, it looks like a yellow circle coming down the road, and of course it's big, the shape of the tanker. And then on the back, it's like a solid yellow circle of red lights. And I've always wondered why so many lights on that particular truck, if it's the company or if it is the product that it's hauling, anything like that. But I see it's always headed north on the highway when I'm driving south at night. And I've always wondered, what in the world is that? So if anybody knows and can let me know, I'd appreciate it. Also, and the same thing, I've also always wondered why on the side of the trucks they don't put lights like golden arches for McDonald's trucks, or like the wording lit up. I've never understood why you wouldn't do that if that was your truck and your company.
Interesting questions.
Did I lose you?
No, but I don't.
Okay.
I do not know the answers to those questions off the top of my head. So I guarantee you, our vast knowledge of audience would know the answer, though.
But wouldn't it be neat to see like golden arches going down the road, or like a big red apple? Just the outline of an apple, or Budweiser written out, or Miller, like a blue Miller. I think that would be pretty. It would make the highway interesting to see the trucks, because you can't read what's on them at night. But I just thought that would be something cool, and maybe I can patent the idea and make $1 million, and I'll share it with everybody.
Okay.
So my other comment is, and you will never convince me that 80 million people, over 80 million, voted for Joe Biden. You will never, ever, ever convince me of that. And to this day, I believe it is the greatest, most horrific scam that has ever been perpetrated. And I'm just sick over it, absolutely sick over it. But anyway, just because, even if it wasn't Donald Trump, I just feel it was a total scam what happened during the election. So having said that, whenever they bring on Joe Biden or whatever, I turn the radio off. Or turn myself. I can't stand it. I can't look at it. I literally went blank and dark for several months after the whole thing with the Capitol and all, because I was just very, very sad about the whole thing. As an American citizen that takes voting very seriously, I have just really had a hard time with this. So today I was online, and Joe Biden was in Cincinnati yesterday doing this quote, so-called town hall meeting, which was a joke and a half. But tonight I was looking on my phone, and it said that, boy, they just really were ridiculing him and the whole setup and CNN and all online. So I pulled it up and I looked, which I normally wouldn't do, but I looked just out of curiosity. And the people were saying that it was hard to watch. The few people that did watch it said it was hard to watch. They said it was obvious there was nobody in the audience. It was very, like nobody turned out for it. This wasn't a big deal. And that it was all prepared, and everybody knew it would be prepared questions. And he'd have Don Lemon asked Joe Biden a question. And I kid you not, my jaw hit the floor. He cannot put 2 or 3 words together. Mm-hmm. He just stumbles and mumbles and just goes on and on, trying to figure out what to say, how to say, can't process. And the whole time, I had told you last year, way back when, in the spring of last year, how awful I thought it was that here's a man that has a serious physical condition, not something that he asked for, that just happens to people when they get older, and that they are touting him around and would do this not only to the American people, but to him too. And his wife's a part of it.
Yeah.
His whole party is a part of it. And here it is, absolutely no denying it in any way, shape, or form. And you can never convince me that over 80 million people hated Donald Trump that bad that they voted for this. And it is sad that this is what you did to America. This is what you did to our country that we love. And this, are you kidding me? There is no way. And then look who's waiting in the wings.
Right.
I mean, it just gets worse and worse and worse. So anyway, that was my only comment about that. But if anybody, it is very much worthwhile to watch that tape if you ever had any thoughts, well, maybe he was just having a bad day. Oh, no. Oh, no. This man is suffering severely at this point, and that's too bad. So anyway, that's all I got. And have a great night. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much.
Talk to you later.
Always moving.
Bye-bye.
All right. And I remember that conversation, all the months back, literally months before the election. And always moving, made the statement, the comment at that point in time that, what they're doing with Joe Biden. Of course, he spent most of the whole, quote, campaign in his basement. And for obvious reason. That's why he was there, because he couldn't come out and speak publicly. But she referred to that as, that would be, in her mind, that is akin to elder abuse. To put him out there. Elder abuse. But quick chime out, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. Who's next up? Get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What's going on this morning, Chevy guy? Copy in the mail. Hello, Chevy guy. He may have lost his cell. Well, give us a ring back. I'm sure he will. Let's see here. What's up, Doc?
Well, good morning there, Steve Summers from the casino up here in Pennsylvania. As you know, Steve, I may be or could be the world's smartest man.
I've heard that a time or two.
Well, I'm going to answer that lady's questions. I'm going to answer all of her questions, unlike Joe Biden, who don't answer no questions. I'm going to answer all her questions. The tanker with the lights and the circles, lights around the front and the back, the red ones on the back.
Uh-huh.
Those are independent drivers, and they call those chicken lights. And they put them on there just to decorate their trailers to make them look good. That's what they're for. It's got nothing to do with what they're hauling or anything. They just put a lot of lights on the trailer, like the bull haulers and everybody else, to make them look good. So that answers that question. And as far as McDonald's and all them not putting their name up in lights, Steve, it wouldn't be a good idea to put McDonald's names up in lights. That's just all there is to it.
Oh.
And as far as I'm going to answer a question too on the 80 million voters. Steve, if you remember during Joe Biden's rallies, he would have 10, 20, maybe 30 people at a rally, correct?
Right. Lots of empty seats.
Well, one rally, he had 80 people at a rally. I remember this. He had 80 people at a rally, and those 80 people voted for him. But what they did, they took those 80 people's vote, and they run them through the voting machine 1 million times, and that's how he got 80 million votes. So see, Steve, I could be the world's smartest man. I studied this, Steve. I studied it and figured it out. So I hope that answers all of her questions. But Steve, tonight we at H&H Enterprises, we have a great deal for you. We've contacted Mr. Bezos, who gave Van Jones $100 million, correct?
Right.
Well, Steve, Mr. Bezos has agreed to give us $100 million for those cicada cooking that you posted on Facebook.
Wow.
Steve, I've acquired the deal, and Mr. Bezos said if these cicadas come out real good and tasty, that he would donate $100 million to the Cicada Cooking Enterprises in honor of Steve Summers' Cicada Cooking Network. So, Steve, see, I could be the world's smartest man after contacting Mr. Bezos. And also, we could get a flight on the next spaceship that goes up. And they're going to serve cicadas on the flight.
Oh, well, the flight's not that long now. You only have 11 minutes from launch to landing, so you got to eat
11
fast.
minutes, but you only need 3 or 4 minutes to eat cicadas on the way up and on the way back.
Okay.
So what can I say, Steve? I could be the world's smartest man. I mean, I've acquired all these deals. And Steve, another thing too. I'm going to be headed up there from Florida in a couple of days. And I went fishing down here in Tampa, Steve, and I tell you what, I caught all kinds of fish. I mean, I didn't even really have to work hard to get them. I mean, I picked a lot of them up just right off, like picking them off the beach.
Yeah.
And Steve, we're gonna have a fish fry like you ain't never had before. And if you can, I heard Cool Breeze call in a while ago. We'll get Cool Breeze up there, and we're gonna cook some of these fish up, Steve. And I guarantee you, I mean, Steve, I got some big ones too. I got some big fish out there. I got some fish like you wouldn't believe. And I didn't even have to work hard to catch them, Steve.
They were just just floating around there, right? Just all you had to do was pluck them out of the water.
Just pluck them right out of the water. It was like jumping in the boat. I mean, I've never seen nothing like it. It's all the fish you can eat, Steve. And we're going to have a big fish fry up at your house in Cincinnati. So I'd like to go ahead and invite all the drivers to come on up and Cool Breeze. Since you live down there in Florida and I got these fish in your area, I'd like for you to come up here and help us cook them fish. And Steve, I tell you what, it's going to be a big party like you've never seen before in your life.
Sounds like a good time. Make sure you have extra barf bags available, by the way. Don't forget that part. Yeah, because we're all going to need them. I think they've got the really big ones, Doc. I think those are called Goliath groupers. No joke. Those Goliath groupers are actually washing ashore there. I'm looking at the latest out of Florida. which says despite pleas from the city of St. Petersburg, environmentalist and activist, Governor DeSantis is refusing to declare a state of emergency for Tampa Bay's ongoing red tide. Why it matters. DeSantis said his office is committed to working with the community to fight the red tide, but argued that a state of emergency would hurt businesses by sending the message that Florida has problems. Now, he pointed to programs that he had already set up and funded to attack red tide, including reactivating the Red Tide Task Force and setting aside funds specifically for red tide in the state's annual budget. More than 1,200 tons of dead fish have already been pulled from the water off St. Petersburg and incinerated. Additional mitigation efforts include the use of a Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission sampling robot that DeSantis said is collecting unprecedented information about how many red tide cells there are in a particular bloom. FWC, Florida Wildlife Commission, is also using an aircraft and a helicopter to find problem areas that need cleaning. Everyone in the region was against the governor's decision, apparently. St. Pete City Councilman said that he was so pleased that everybody's working together to improve the environment. Local crews and fishing proprietors said they're happy with how the red tide is being handled. And one restaurateur who lives in Shore Acres that's running to be the next mayor of St. Pete agreed that a declaration of a state of emergency is not necessary. There's really no difference. They've already set the money aside. So that's where things stand in the Sunshine State. But that's, 1,200 tons of dead fish. All right, we'll get our news update as we make our way into a Friday. When we come back, more of your calls, lots to cover as we roll into the early hours of a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A computer network outage temporarily took down a number of websites belonging to a variety of companies, including Delta Airlines and Amazon. Akamai Technologies, a cloud service and web security company based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, said it was investigating the cause of its service disruption. In addition to Delta and Amazon, Capital One, British Airways, GoDaddy, Vanguard, UPS, LastPass, AT&T, and Costco were also affected by the domain name system failure. Akamai said the outage wasn't caused by a cyber attack, but didn't detail the source of the problem. The outage caused some Delta customers to be unable to check into flights using the airline's website. The Hill reported that the outage also affected the website of the upcoming 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
The White House says there's been no change in the guidance for masks during the pandemic. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
There has been no decision to change our mask guidelines. Any decisions about public health would be driven by the CDC.
The Justice Department has set up a gun trafficking task force in 5 cities: Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. the ATF's Deputy Director of Field Operations, Megan Bennett.
Go after the sources of those guns, the corridors that they travel in, and the networks that feed those guns to the places where they are doing the most violent crime.
8 people on a party bus were wounded in a drive-by shooting Wednesday night in Chicago. Earlier, another drive-by left 2 men dead. Also, there were 2 mass shootings just minutes apart. 10 people were shot, including a 14-year-old boy who was killed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the committee to investigate the January 6th attack at the Capitol will go forward, despite the GOP promises to boycott the investigation. USA's Lance Pry reports.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi canceled 2 of the 5 Republicans from the GOP selection to investigate January 6th.
The other 2 made statements and took actions that just made it ridiculous to put them on such a committee seeking the truth.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy now calls Pelosi's partisan panel a sham.
Denying the voice of members who have served in the military. Jim Banks, a Navy veteran. Jim Jordan has served on select committee and serves on one now. Made it undeniable this panel has lost all legitimacy and credibility. And it shows exactly what I warned back at the beginning of January, that Pelosi would play politics with this.
Wyoming's Liz Cheney, the only Republican now on the panel, applauded Pelosi's decision.
Tokyo's government reported nearly 2,000 new cases of COVID-19, 91 of which are connected with the Olympics, just as they start the opening ceremonies. Of those connected to the Olympics, 9 were residents at the Olympic Village, 4 were athletes, and 4 others were personnel. The news comes as officials report that the hospital occupancy in Tokyo has reached its most severe level. The city was also placed on stage 4 alert because of its daily new COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and the rate of positive tests for the virus. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, back on a Friday, round number 2 underway. Heard at the news break there, what happens when the internet goes down? I'm going to say that's when all hell breaks loose. A widespread disruption, severe outages from some of the world's biggest websites this past afternoon. Now, according to this story, it says all caused by a software update gone horribly wrong. This site known as downdetector.com showed a sharp, simultaneous spike in outage reports from prominent travel, retail, financial, and gaming websites globally. In most cases, the spike in outage reports started around 11:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Even the Tokyo Olympics website and app were intermittently down just hours before the opening ceremony started. Some municipal governments reported disruptions to 911 service in places like Illinois and Virginia. A company which operates one of the world's largest, most crucial content delivery networks reported a problem with their service about 10 after noon. Many partners, including Britain's National Health Service, specifically cited the disruption as a cause of the outage. A little before the 1 o'clock hour, they tweeted that they had implemented a fix and that systems were returning to normal. Company later confirmed the outage was not the result, as they're saying, of a cyber attack, but rather a bad software update that disrupted the DNS system, which directs users to websites. We apologize for the inconvenience. We're reviewing our software update process to prevent this from happening again. Let's see. The outages do not appear to have any operating impact on the Tokyo Olympics, where competition was already underway ahead of the opening ceremony there. Of course, Friday, well underway in that part of the world. All right, let's get back to our calls here. Round number 2. What's happening this morning, Steve? Happy Friday.
Hey, good Friday to you, Steve. It's good to hear Always Moving. Another couple people I want to give a shout out to was last night. You had this gentleman, Larry, on there. He sounds like a safety trainer for a company.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy's full of information. Sounds like a good guy in the industry. And the other one is Big Moose. Those two guys, man, they know so much about trucking. The training school I went to, Steve, back in 2009, when I went in to be a truck driver, I was in construction for 30 years, and I was out of work. And after the big bank failure in 07, 08, I think I told you this, we all got laid off. So unemployment called me and said, hey, we're going to, we can retrain you in something if you want to go into a different field. And one of them was, truck driving. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to need a job soon. And I went to this school. It was 12 weeks. And the guy that trained me, Steve, there was actually 2 of them. The one guy was in trucking for over 50 years. He was about 70-something years old. And kind of like Big Moose, he knew every part, every bolt, every nut on that truck. And basically we were in classroom every day for 12 weeks. We practiced backing every day for 12 weeks. We were on the road. After 3 weeks of classroom, they finally put us in the truck and we were able to drive. But Steve, it was an extensive training program. And I'm so glad I did it. And I lucked out because these big box companies were coming into our classroom after about 6 weeks trying to recruit us. And there was about 25 guys that signed on to these big box companies. We all know who they are.
Yeah.
And I was listening to their spiels, and I'm like, this isn't for me. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to go on the road for months at a time, making $300-400 a week. I'm not going to do it. So I held out. And luckily I had a few weeks unemployment left, and I was lucky that a company called Conway Freight called me, and now they're XPO. But they gave me a chance. They said, hey, we got a 6-week apprenticeship. You already got your CDL. Because I applied everywhere, Steve. Like I must have put in 100 applications around Chicago for a local job, and nobody would hire me because I had no experience. But that Conway company gave me a shot, and I went in their 6-week training program, and it was a lot of classroom, how to hook doubles, how to drive doubles, and it was really, really a good experience, and I learned a lot there. Stuff I didn't learn in the classroom from the training school. But I was pretty fortunate, Steve. And then after a couple of years at Conway, I was able to move on to, more money and pulling doubles and triples. And, I really, lucked out, like I said. And I think the schools have gone downhill since then. They're putting these guys, they're rushing them through. It's all about money. So it's really gone downhill. And I think what you talked about in the beginning of the show with the training programs, I really think they need to start looking into these schools and make sure they're training these drivers the right way. But you know, like Moose was talking about last night, and Larry, there's nothing like experience, on the job experience. You know, I've been driving now for 12 years. We do a lot of safety training at the company I'm at. We learn that we have to go through Smith system training once a year to keep up with the 5 keys, you know, the aim high and steering and so forth, and give you know, the spacing. You know, Larry talked about spacing in the truck, which I think is a big problem in trucking, and I think that's why we have a lot of crashes. Is guys are driving too fast on top of one another. I mean, Steve, I've seen truck drivers. They're in the left hammer lane, and they're right on top of this car's bumper. You know, I'm talking a little Toyota Camry with a family in the car, and these guys are 3 feet from that guy's butt. You know what I mean? I mean, that's unacceptable. That's just reckless driving. You know, there's no need for that, and I think that's the biggest problem on the road is these guys aren't paying attention. You know, they're looking at their phones. They're watching movies. I told you, I saw a guy with his foot hanging out the window watching a movie on a DVD player on the dash. I mean, are you kidding me?
Right.
It's just that stuff is unacceptable. And I know guys. I'm sure guys like Big Moose and Larry would actually, if they found a guy doing that in their truck, they'd probably can their ass. You know, but. As far as what Always Moving was talking about, Steve, she was talking about all the lights on the truck. Now, I know when I went to school, my instructor told us every light that's on that semi, whether it's on the tractor or the trailer, has to be operational. If there's one light that's out on that trailer or on that tractor, that gives them a reason to pull you over. That's an excuse. And then what happens, Steve? They start looking for other stuff. Air tests, brake tests, tire check. They start looking at all your other stuff. So the more lights that you have on that trailer, I think gives you a bigger risk to get pulled over. I mean, I don't know if I'm wrong on that, but Moose might want to comment, or Larry.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the law, that every light on that trailer has to be operational. You know, if I have one of my fog lights out and a trooper sees me coming down the road, he can pull me over for having one of those fog lights out, you know? So the other thing I want to comment on, Steve, did you notice on your news break where they said that Joe Biden's putting in a gun strike force to go to 5 major Democratic cities to try to get guns off the street?
You did send me a link to that. I didn't catch it on the news break, but I think I did pull that story up. Yeah, that I guess they just announced this past day. I don't know. What is a strike force? Yeah, because Steve, they want to look into you know, these illegal guns, the avenues that they're coming in from, you know, whether it's across the border or whatever. Steve, wasn't it a couple of weeks ago they told a big lie that they were going after the gun dealers, that's where all the illegal guns were coming from? Right.
I mean, that's what I thought the problem was the gun dealers. And we all knew that was a big lie because that's the furthest thing from the truth. Because a felon and a criminal isn't going to go through a background check when they go, you know, they're not going to go to a gun show to buy a damn gun. They're buying them off the street.
Mm-hmm.
So now all of a sudden, you know, a couple weeks later, we better change our tune because we know that's a big lie. You know, for Always Moving, this guy Biden, he is a stooge. You know, it is sad that they're parading him around. But, Steve, we talked about this a few weeks ago. We all know he's not running the show. We all know it. It's Soros. It's Obama. It's Susan Rice. They're the ones that are running this country right now. And they are Marxists. And it's pretty sad. And I'll tell you, Doc is a funny guy, man. He hit it on the head. 80 people voted 1 million times, man. I started cracking up when I heard that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the damn truth. So that's about all I got, Steve. Oh, the hazmat. I've got to get my hazmat renewed in Tennessee, my driver's license. So instead of me just handing in my CDL and they give me a Tennessee CDL, I have to go through another hazmat fingerprint deal, Steve, which cost me $100 out of my pocket. But I just had my prints done 2 years ago, and in the 12 years I've had my CDL, I've had to have fingerprints done 4 times.
Wow.
I think it's all a big money grab, Steve, and I'd like to hear other drivers' comments. If other states are doing this, where if you need to turn in your CDL and get a new CDL, do you have to get your fingerprints done again? And Tennessee law says yes, you do.
Well,
like I said, I just had my prints done 2 years ago.
Last I checked, your fingerprints don't change. That's my understanding. One quick tidbit. You mentioned the word Marxism. Did you catch that Mark Levin sold 400,000 copies of American Marxism in his first week?
Yes, sir, Stephen. I was going to ask you, how are you enjoying that #1 bestseller in America?
I've got a little ways into it, not real far yet, but it's I'm started on it, so I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a really good book, Steve. And you know what I did? I went right to chapter 7 on the stuff that we can do. Right away he suggested that. And I read chapter 7, and now I just got into the beginning. And I'm going to be on a plane Saturday and Sunday for the weekend. So I'm going to do a lot of reading. I'm going to tout my book in the airport with the cover on it. And I hope people come up to me and ask me what the hell I'm reading. Because I'm going to tell them.
There you go.
So, enjoy your weekend, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Steve. You do the same. Enjoy your safe flights, safe travels. Rolling up on 19 past the hour. 400,000 copies in the first week of American Marxism. Not bad. Real quick, like you mentioned, this gun strike force, gun trafficking strike force. According to the Associated Press, Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing gun trafficking strike forces for Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. Garland was headed to his hometown of Chicago this past day to formally announce the strike force. We are redoubling efforts as the ATF works with law enforcement to track the movement of illegal firearms used in violent crimes. These strike forces enable sustained coordination across multiple jurisdictions to help disrupt the worst gun trafficking corridors. All too often, guns found at crime scenes come from hundreds or thousands of miles away. All right, the strike force will be focused on disrupting illegal firearms trafficking networks. Justice Department official who briefed reporters on the administration's plan said the goal of this coordination effort is to disrupt the entire trafficking network from the place where guns originate, where they travel through other jurisdictions, to the places where they ultimately are used to commit violent crimes. This is not a short-term infusion of resources, rather a long-term, coordinated, multi-jurisdictional strategy to ensure that disrupting these trafficking patterns remains a priority as long as necessary to address the problem. The new gun trafficking strike force amid high homicide rates in several major cities. Compared to the same time even last year, homicides have increased in L.A., New York, San Francisco Bay Area, Chicago, 411 homicides at this point last year, compared to 405 as of Sunday this year. In Washington, D.C., homicides are at the same point in the year as they were last year, right at 105 each. All right, quick timeout. Back rolling into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum, the best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey there, you know it is Friday, by the way. Friday. What's that mean? Oh, yeah. It means Dumbass of the Week nominees. Let's start with this guy. This is the story of a jailbreak that came with an unusual twist. Police say they caught a man overnight trying to break into the Yakima County Jail. About 11:40 p.m. When police arrived, they found multiple corrections officers standing outside with a man sitting on the ground in handcuffs. Police say that the 32-year-old man jumped over the fence around the jail and walked up towards the front lobby, where he proceeded to break off the door handles and smash the glass door. Authorities say the man was trying to get inside. When police questioned him, they say he answered, "You can't arrest me for anything." Police say the suspect had an odor of intoxicants coming off of him. He eventually got what he wanted. He received a police escort to the inside of the jail, booked for investigation of second-degree burglary and second-degree malicious mischief. That takes a real rocket scientist to break into the jail, right? On to Meridian, Mississippi. Police investigating a case involving a robbery, a shooting, an adult film, and a naked man running through a residential neighborhood. WTOK reports the Meridian Police Department investigating the armed robbery, which happened in an abandoned alternative school, while 3 people were making an adult film, apparently. Police say the robber, who was still naked from shooting the film, made the victim send him $200 through Cash App. The victim tried to run away but was chased and shot at by the naked gunman, who put several holes in his car. According to Detective Anderson, in my 7 years of doing this, this is one of the most unique incidents I've ever run across. Police have the names of the 2 suspects they believe were involved in the robbery, but they are waiting on additional evidence before making arrest. Okay. Just some bizarre scenarios out there, right? Lone Ranger?
Good morning.
Morning.
Steve, how does a guy forget his clothes but remember his gun?
Right?
Wouldn't you want to put your clothes on before you go? Maybe they were filming Naked Gun, too. Could be. How come... I got 2 questions about this Biden thing with the guns. Why isn't he sending a task force into Twin Falls, Idaho, or maybe Tampa, Florida, or maybe Dallas, Texas. There's plenty of guns in those towns. Why isn't he checking out the guns there? Doesn't he realize that the gun isn't the problem? It's the cities that are the problem. That's why he's sending to those specific cities, because that's where the problem is. And does he remember all those cities are run by Democrats and have been for a long time? I mean, he's pretty much admitting that these cities are the problem. He's sending to specific cities, and that's the cities that have the problem. And they have the problem because there's really no punishment anymore. These guys get released. And he wants to ban AR-15s, the most popular self-defense weapon in the country. But statistics show that the weapon of choice for thugs is a handgun. So why don't you want to ban handguns? And how come when a thug shoots somebody, they blame the gun? When a cop shoots somebody, they blame the cop. Why don't they blame the gun when the cop shoots somebody? Maybe it's the gun's fault. Just some things don't make any sense.
Right.
Of course, anything Biden says don't make any sense because he's befuddled and you know, he's just not even there. His elevator just hasn't gone to the top for a long time. But I was listening to the driver that said the number one problem on the highway today is truck drivers tailgating. Well, I flew down to Sarasota yesterday morning. I'm on my way back now. The dealer I'm working for sent me down to pick up a Mustang. So I come up 75, and I thought there was bad drivers in the Northeast. Florida has to be the worst. Beautiful 3-lane Interstate 75. Some areas it's 4 lanes, and there's no passing lane. Nobody can pass. Everybody picks a lane that they find attractive, and that's where they sit. And they ride the same speed as the guy next to them. So there's no passing lane on a 4-lane interstate highway. And that, in my opinion, is what leads to tailgating. And it wasn't just four-wheelers doing it. I saw today in Florida, there's as many bad truck drivers as there are four-wheelers. Because the truck drivers were hanging out in the passing lane, and when I got on 301, which was 2-lane, they're hanging out in the left lane. When I say hanging out, I mean doing like maybe 20 miles an hour under the speed limit, you know, loaded trucks. And they're all stacked up. You got the good truck drivers trying to get around these boneheads that are camped out in the passing lane, and they're frustrated. They're tailgating, which is, of course, not good. They're passing in the left lane, which are not allowed because they're frustrated because they can't get around these boneheads. They're passing on the right to try to get around them, which is unsafe because of the blind spots. So I come to the conclusion today there's as many bad truck drivers out here as there are four-wheelers. It's almost the same thing now. I mean, we're talking about, I saw a guy just a little while ago. I'm in Virginia now. He was broke down on the shoulder, and I moved over, you know, which by law you're supposed to. If you see somebody broke down, you're supposed to move over. Well, as I'm coming by, he makes a left turn into the right lane. He didn't, you know, take off and merge over. He just turned left real hard from the shoulder right into the right lane. And he was in such a hurry to get going, he left his triangles where he was broke down. The triangle, when he pulled away, the triangles were still left there. But he literally pulled out like he hadn't even shifted one time yet. He was out in the lane. And here are people doing 65, 70 miles an hour. Then up in my area the other day, I complained about these container haulers. They come out of Port Newark. And I had to deliver a motorcycle to Brooklyn the other day. And on the way back, I get on Interstate 78. And Port Newark, that's pretty much where 78 kind of ends, right, where the turnpike comes in there. These guys come out of the port with their containers. And before they're even in fifth gear, they're moving into the middle lane of Interstate 78, doing, you know, 20 miles an hour, working up their speed. And they will stay in that middle lane from the beginning of Interstate 78 all the way to the end of Interstate 78. Never touch the right lane. So there's one of the causes of tailgating. The good truck drivers that know what they're doing are trying to get around these middle lane campers and left lane campers that are the bad truck drivers that are causing, in my opinion, the biggest safety hazard on the road. I saw it all day today. And of course, the four-wheelers, they're in the left lane. A lot of Florida tags. Now, of course, half of Florida is from New York originally. But they're in the left lane and doing less than the speed limit. And they got 15, 20 cars stacked up behind them. They can't go anywhere because the guy that's lollygagging is doing the same speed as somebody in the lane next to him. So nobody can go anywhere. There's no passing lane. And everybody behind them is all frustrated. They're, jogging back and forth, waiting for this guy to get past somebody so they can get around them. And I'm thinking, why don't they enforce the keep to the right law? On Interstate 78, there's signs all along the road, keep right except to pass. Hanging in the middle lane is not keeping to the right. So I think the cause of this tailgating is people who don't keep to the right, which doesn't make tailgating correct. It's illegal too, but so is failure to keep right. It's illegal, but they don't enforce it. That has to be the least enforced law on the highway, is the keep to the right law. I don't think, now the good truck drivers, now it's late, and I'm noticing a big difference already. The truck drivers, most of them are in the right lane unless they're passing someone. So there's a big difference, why I don't know, between the daytime truck drivers and the nighttime truck drivers. What the difference is, I don't know, but I'm not seeing it now. But all day today, I watched it all day today. Frustrated people trying to get around people who are lollygagging in a passing lane. Florida was the worst. I never saw it so bad. And then you have the motorhomes with the 85-year-old geezer. They're doing 50 miles an hour in the middle lane. Speed limit's 70. They got, what you look over, you got a guy who looks like Father Time sitting over there. He's hanging on the steering wheel for dear life, white knuckles. Got a little Toyota dragging behind him, doing 50 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone, right in the middle lane. Won't move over. No idea what's going on around him. So I'll tell you, there's some terrible, terrible drivers on these highways today, but they're not all in four-wheelers anymore like they used to be.
Right. And let me pause right there. I got to get our news break, bottom of the hour. Tad late, but we'll return in just a moment to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the committee to investigate the January 6th attack at the Capitol will go forward, despite the GOP promises to boycott the investigation. She says she won't let Republican antics derail the probe. On Wednesday, she rejected two of GOP leader Kevin McCarthy's picks for the panel. Two that are close to former President Trump, Jim Banks and Jim Jordan.
The other two made statements and took actions that just made it ridiculous to put them on such a committee seeking the truth.
So far, Pelosi isn't saying whether she'll decide to appoint other members to the panel. McCarthy says none of this matters.
This is a sham committee that's just politically driven by Speaker Pelosi.
He said the GOP may do their own probe, even though the minority doesn't have the power to set up a committee. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Allen Root from my great friends at Freedom Fest. Have you ever been to Mount Rushmore in South Dakota? Well, here's your opportunity. This July 21st through 24th, thousands of liberty lovers are headed to South Dakota for the greatest libertarian show on earth, Freedom Fest. This time held at the Rushmore Civic Center in Rapid City, South Dakota, with a record-setting crowd. Here's your chance to make new friends and meet the country's top political and business leaders, authors, and filmmakers in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Some of the star speakers this year: South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Dr. Drew, Larry Elder, U.S. Senator Mike Lee, U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, the CEO of Whole Foods, John Mackey, Steve Moore, John Funn, Grover Norquist, Tom Woods, and the infamous pandemic mock trial. Go to freedomfest.com. Use promo code WAR50 to get $50 off the registration fee. That's freedomfest.com with promo code WAR50. Fly there, drive there, bike there, RV there, be there. Freedom Fest in South Dakota. Get your tickets now at freedomfest.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Where did we leave off? Some of our other listening friends checking in. Bidu checking in. Morning to the Overnight Drive crew and Steve. Let's see. Tony says, morning, Steve. Checking in from Hamilton. Yeah, my niece just got her CDL, passed the school's test, went on a delivery. Couldn't back into the dock. Had a breakdown for 3 hours. Okay. Boy, that's what a great way to start. Cool Breeze says, darn, he cut me off right when I was going to say it's only 155 days till Christmas. Okay, thanks, Cool Breeze. Who else checking in? A lot of folks popping on. Let's see. Miss Millie, morning, Steve. Great night here in Kentucky. Always moving. I saw most of that yesterday, and I agree with you 100% about the election and Biden. So great to hear you calling back in. Yeah, good to have Always Moving back with us. Found us once again. Let's see. Hey, Rick's back with us. Rick Friend. I hope you're feeling better, Rick. I know you had to have some sort of an emergency surgery last week, something, whatever that was. So, all right, good to have you back with us. Get well soon, my friend. All right, back to Lone Ranger. Okay, thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks, Steve. Now, since I was on hold here, I passed, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 trucks. And one thing I noticed, 4 of them were in the right lane where they belong. Now, traffic's very sparse. And by the way, now, if it's rush hour and you got congested traffic and a lot of traffic, it makes sense to be in the middle lane because you get a lot of people coming on the on-ramps. So now here it is. It's late at night. Nobody on the highway. So I noticed the names on the trucks as I pass them. The guys in the right lane work for companies that pay a good wage. I mean, we all know who they are. And the 2 that I passed that were in the middle lane with nobody around them whatsoever, they weren't passing. They just felt comfortable in the middle lane, so they're just sitting there like 2 lumps on a log. They were both companies that are not known for paying a good wage, so maybe that has something to do with it. But I was at the internationally famous truck stop at exit 119 on 95, Manning, South Carolina. That's the Jimmy Artis truck stop.
Yeah.
I was never in there before. I went in there. They have a little Popeyes. I went in there and got some chicken sandwich, and they have a neat little pastry thing that they deep fry with Hershey's chocolate in. Pretty good, 3 for $1.99. So I got them. So I was standing there talking to a guy, and we were talking about the traffic. He had come up out of Florida too. I was talking about the frustrated good truck drivers racking their heads and racking their brains trying to get around these boneheads that sit in the middle lane and block everything up and ride the same speed as the guy in the right lane. And the guys that know what they're doing, trying to get going, can't get around anybody and to wind up with a big line of trucks. And he said, I went to truck driving school. And he said, believe it or not, they tell you in truck driving school to ride the middle lane. It's the safest place to be. I said, well, yeah, if it's a congested time of day, I would agree with that. I said, but what about 3 o'clock in the morning when there's nobody on the highway? Why would you be in the middle lane? He said, well, if you're used to being there all the time, that's probably where you're going to be all the time. So these truck driving schools, I've never been to one, so I don't know, but they must be telling these guys to fail to keep right. Just ride in the lane that looks attractive to you, and the hell with everybody behind you. If they can't get around you, that's their problem. So it seems like the industry is not, well, we know it's not what it used to be, but the quality of the drivers has really, really gone downhill. And again, that's not everybody. And I think the companies that pay a better wage is the difference, because just what I'm seeing here tonight, the companies that pay a decent wage, the drivers driving those trucks, seem to pretty much know what they're doing and have a little bit of courtesy towards others. But the rest of them, boy, really gone downhill. And then those container haulers that aggravate me when I'm in my home area, a lot of them are from foreign countries. And I can't help but wonder if, since they come from third world countries that don't even have interstate highways, they probably don't even know that they're doing anything wrong. They just sit in the middle lane all day, and they're from a country where they don't have interstate. They don't know how to drive on interstate highway. They just don't know or don't care. But I'm talking like at exit 11 on 78, there's a hill. It's called Jugtown Mountain. It's not really a mountain, but it's steep. And I see these guys, they're in the middle lane, and of course some of these containers are loaded pretty heavy. They load them to the roof. And they'll slow down to 20, 25 miles an hour. And they'll put their flashers on, which under 40 miles an hour by law you're supposed to do. They'll put their flashers on. But here they are doing 25 miles an hour with their flashers on in the middle lane. And you got guys coming up with, bigger trucks, lighter loads. And you come up on a guy doing 25 miles an hour, flashers or no flashers, and you're doing 60, 65, that'll wake you up real quick. So you see them, they got to slam on their brakes, either go into the left lane to get around them, which is illegal, or pass them on the right, which is unsafe. But this problem of people driving in passing lanes when they are not passing anyone, to me, is the number one safety issue on the interstates today.
Yep.
I watched it all day long today. It's so aggravating. And I don't know where it's going to end, but if they don't start enforcing this keep to the right law, there's going to be more wrecks than what there is now. But it is the cause of tailgating, and it is the cause of unsafe lane changing, which, of course, all can cause accidents. And somebody lollygagging in the middle lane doesn't mean it's okay to tailgate them, but I guess some guys have the attitude where if the guy looks in his mirror and sees that somebody's trying to get around him, maybe, just maybe, he might have an ounce of courtesy and move over and let him get by, because they'll ride the same speed as somebody in the right lane, instant roadblock. So you have a beautiful interstate with no passing lane. And I can't help but wonder if some of these people were Canadian geese in their first life, because Canadian geese fly side by side, just like some of these people ride side by side on a beautiful interstate.
Yeah.
But that's my rant for the night. I got to continue on here. I guess I'll go around D.C. I really don't feel like putting up with that mess, so I'll go out around that. But hope everything's going good for you, and we'll talk to you again.
Hey, good to have you with us, because I know you're just the fact that he's out and about rolling up and down the interstate tonight doesn't get to join us a whole lot. He's typically sleeping this time of day. Let's see. Should have asked him if he's seen an abundance of law enforcement out there, because they had this big enforcement blitz that's been ongoing in the South this week. Larry, in the final hour last evening, was talking about Indiana, and it's the 6-state trooper project that's going on here in our neck of the woods, Great Lakes, Ohio Valley region. You got Michigan, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Indiana. It's been going all this week, continues today and Saturday, I believe. Through the 24th. The press release from the Indiana State Police, joining forces with all the states I just mentioned, the 6-state trooper project. During this collective effort, troopers across Indiana taking to the highways, primary focus on targeting drivers violating Indiana's move over and slow down law. And Larry was saying slow down to get around. The move over law. A lot of people don't follow that either. If you see any sort of emergency flashing lights in the emergency lane, police, emergency responders, tow truck operator, even a car with the emergency flashers on that's broke down. Law says you get over to the farthest lane away from them, or you have to slow down at least 10 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. But time and time again, you'll see people just blowing past these people out there trying to change a tire. And as Larry said, now every week a tow truck driver is killed in this country. Every week. So again, the big blitz continues ongoing here in the Midwest. Let's see, about 9 before the hour. Let me get to Kid Fox. Been hanging in there. Morning, Kid Fox. What's going on?
Not a whole lot, Steve. Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well.
Good deal. Happy Friday, by the way.
Yep, right back at you.
Before I get started, something I wanted to touch on. Doc said something earlier about, fishing down there around the red tide stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of got me. You remember back in the 70s when they had that whale that had died that washed up on shore? You remember when they had that?
Yeah, and they tried to blow it up with dynamite or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if that wasn't Doc trying to do that.
Yeah.
No, I've always kind of wondered about that, but hey, well, maybe Doc can call back in and answer my question. But anyways, a couple things I wanted to clarify from last night. Yeah, I know I was all over the place last night, and I do apologize about that. Sometimes I go start rambling, and I just go back and forth all over. Everybody's probably wondering, what the hell is he talking about? You know? And so, but no, the whole camera thing, you know, Larry made a comment about, you know, get used to the cameras, and I wasn't saying that, you know, I wasn't complaining about the cameras. What I was saying is this is what I'm seeing from just my observations of drivers leaving. I mean, that's one of the number one things that's, you know, that's one of the number one issues when it comes to driver retention. Because, I mean, like for example, the outer cameras, you ask almost any driver, maybe 10, 15% of them have a problem with them. Everyone else is like, yeah, I'm cool with them. But the one that's facing that driver, that's where a lot of drivers are a little about it. And so that's one of the top reasons right there that you see a lot of these drivers getting out of the industry altogether, or if not just quitting and looking for a company, you know, another company that doesn't have them. And maybe you can find an article on this. I remember reading an article, and this has been months ago. I can't remember where I found this article, but I remember reading an article that actually stated that companies were actually getting away from the cameras because what they're saving on insurance, they're having to turn around and put back into labor because they're having to pay drivers more just to get drivers on board or keep the drivers they have. And so I remember seeing something about that, and I can't remember where I saw that, but maybe you can look that up, or maybe someone else can find that article.
Yep.
Send it to you. But yeah, I mean, that's just one. I was just using the camera thing as an example of what I was talking about, because, I mean, that's you ask a lot of drivers, hey, why'd you switch your company? That's one of the top reasons. I'm not going to say it's number one, but it's one of the top reasons. Because, you know, a lot of drivers, they don't want to be, and it's the same argument. They don't want to, you know, be spied upon, basically. They value their privacy. And they feel it's a violation of the privacy. And I mean, you read all these articles about these things. That is the number one argument that drivers make all the time. Now, is it a very valid argument? You could go both ways about it. But I've seen it myself. I mean, as I mentioned last night, when one of the accounts that I dealt with in my last job, when they put cameras in, they lost about 30% of their drivers just because of that. And at the time, that was the one I was telling you about yesterday, where you had to have 2 years of experience back when I first started with that company just to get on to that, you know, job. And now they're trying to hire drivers right out of school just to get drivers in. And I mean, they went from, when I first started, I think it was like $19, $20 an hour to almost like north of $25, $27 an hour, just trying to get drivers in. And so, I mean, those are just some of the issues when it comes to driver retention. You got that, you got, you know, these dispatchers treating you like crap. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some good dispatchers, but then there are the ones that just look at you as a number, not a face. And then, you know, they're wanting you to rush, come on, go, because it makes their numbers look good. I've had a few of those in my career. And I'll tell you what, I'm one of the few people, you know, most of the time I can get along with anybody, but try to tell me to do something unsafe, I'm going to come back at you and say, I don't think so, Timmy.
Well, that's something Larry also brought up in the past. He said, you know, many times drivers leave for better pay, but it's not only the pay, there's a lot of other things. And oftentimes it's like, they don't pay me enough to work for that, you know, that jackass. It's the working conditions. Dispatchers oftentimes can come into that place, right? All right, we're rolling toward news update, top of the hour. Let's get our NTPA update. Action gets underway later today in Tennessee.
a Wolverine deer wins in Michigan. In Iowa, a black stallion. But in Indiana and Ohio, it was all just cats and dogs. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The euphemisms abounded. The one about the cow and the flat rock, the one about pouring out of a boot, but however you like to describe a goose drounder, a gully washer, or a toad strangler, what it meant to NTPA championship pulling was a grand national rainout at the Johnson County Fairgrounds in Franklin, Indiana. Not only a disappointment for the great team that put that 3-division pull together for the fans of the South Central section of the Hoosier State, but also for the association itself. The complete washout left the score after 15 Grand National sessions in 2021 at 8 completed and 7 partially or totally canceled. Also casualties of either steady or sudden precipitation were Session 2 of the Eaton County Fair Pull in Charlotte, Michigan, and the entirety of the Clinton County Fair Nationals in Wilmington, Ohio. But there was still plenty of NTPA action around the country, so here are the highlights from Charlotte's Session 1, Decorah, Iowa's Winneshiek County Fair Pull, and the Wausau 525 track in Wausau, Wisconsin. First, Charlotte. John Pfeiffer's Pfeiffer Max from Connorsville, Indiana, opened the dual-fuel heavy superstock season in Region 2 with an 8-foot win over Barry Ellicker's Buckeye Bandit. Dwayne Bounds' High Yield from New Lothrop, Michigan, was 7 feet better than David Coughlin's Final Drive in two-wheel drive. In minis, Todd Boltman's Stress Relief from Zeeland, Michigan, as Jim Shaendorf's maxed out by about 1 1/16 inches. The Wolverine Deer of Tony Sietsema of Allendale thwarted the cruel intentions of Nick Capozzo in Super Farm. And in multi-engine modifieds, Marion, Indiana's Les Corporal took them all to the woodshed with corporal punishment to score his second consecutive win, finishing 44 feet beyond second place Todd Feiss's Snow Farmer. Next, Decorah. Nerstrand, Minnesota's Dustin Amundsen maintained his blistering pace in two-wheel drive with his 4th win of the year aboard Bottoms Up, topping Wayne Timmerman's Showtime. Mondeville, Wisconsin's Bryce Pickler and Red Thunder stormed by Gary Hagel's Destination Unknown in light superstock. When they threw on another ton for the heavy class, it was Norwalk, Wisconsin's Zach Degenhart on Diggin' Hard that got the better of Kevin Lynn's 504 Rocket. For Utica, Minnesota's Jeremy Pletz, his big one was the best one in limited pro stock, outdistancing Isaac Conway's Operation Detonation by 2 feet. And in Super Farm, Dennis Jacoby's Black Stallion 2 from Loyal, Wisconsin, was a length ahead of Dan Schulte's Binder Express. Last, Wausau, and a class rematch that saw Pletz land 3rd among the limiteds behind the Lindstrom-Sather team. The distance for Mike Sather's Adrenaline Rush, 351.8. For Kevin Lindstrom's Hyper Harvester, 351.0. They can't park them that close in the holler, folks. And in four-wheel drive, Tomo winner Mike Mankey picked up his first regional victory of 2021 with the Foolish Farmer Ford from Arlington, Wisconsin, with Wayne Vaughn's Running Hard a strong second. For complete results of these and every one of over 70 NTPA national events, check out the results page at ntpapull.com. There you'll also find the point standings for Grand and Regional National Championships and invitational berths in the NTPA's All-Star Game, the Enderley Pull-Off, on Saturday, September 18th in Urbana, Ohio. Tickets will go on sale in just a couple of weeks at shopntpa.com/tickets, so don't miss out. Or enter for your chance to win tickets and an Enderley VIP experience at ntpapull.com/contest. Hopefully next weekend we'll be watching shades of green, yellow, orange, and red go down the track instead of across the weather map when the NTPA Tour arrives in Chapel Hill, Tennessee for the Lions Super Pull of the South, 2021's first Super National event. For event details and tickets, visit lionssuperpull.com. Regional action hits Hartford, Michigan and Washington Courthouse, Ohio on Tuesday, Monticello, Iowa on Wednesday, Anoka, Minnesota on Thursday and Friday, Houston, Minnesota, Menominee, Wisconsin, and Springfield, Ohio on Saturday, and Mount Vernon, Ohio on Sunday before we talk again. Visit ntpapull.com for start times and classes. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the committee to investigate the January 6th attack at the Capitol will go forward, despite the GOP promises to boycott the investigation. She says she won't let Republican antics derail the probe. On Wednesday, she rejected 2 of GOP leader Kevin McCarthy's picks for the panel. 2 that are close to former President Trump, Jim Banks and Jim Jordan.
The other 2 made statements and took actions that just made it ridiculous to put them on such a committee seeking the truth.
So far, Pelosi isn't saying whether she'll decide to appoint other members to the panel. McCarthy says none of this matters.
This is a sham committee that's just politically driven by Speaker Pelosi.
He said the GOP may do their own probe, even though the minority doesn't have the power to set up a committee. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Astounding people in Missouri, a St. Louis prosecutor decides to let accused killers out of jail. USA Radio Network's Tim Berg has the story.
St. Louis Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner's office is being criticized again, this time for not showing up for a hearing for an accused killer, forcing the judge to dismiss the case. It's one of 3 murder cases dismissed in St. Louis in 1 week. St. Louis Alderman Joe Vicario suggests Gardner shouldn't be in her position much longer on Fox News.
It should have never happened in the first place. Were you on vacation? Did you not know that the attorney assigned to that was on maternity leave? Don't you know where your employees are at? For God's sake, you need to be in charge of your office. If you can't do that, you shouldn't be in that office.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Coalition for Jewish Values has announced a nationwide petition to urge people to boycott Ben & Jerry's ice cream. USA's John Clemens reports.
The petition against Ben & Jerry's was announced after the Vermont ice cream maker issued a policy that it would not sell its products to Jews in the occupied Palestinian territory called Judea and Samaria. Rabbi Yochel Mechem of the Coalition of Jewish Values said Jews have lived in Judea and Samaria for almost 4,000 years since God gave that holy land to Abraham.
Just the thought that this is just typical of the woke left these days, unfortunately. They grab onto any cause, and it doesn't matter if it's rational, and it doesn't matter if it's actually helpful.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
President Biden greenlights the Nord Stream pipeline from Russia to Germany. USA's Lance Pry reports.
The deal, critics have warned, would allow Moscow to starve Ukraine of transit fees that are crucial to Kyiv's economy. Former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe on Fox Business says this is just another Biden-owned foreign disaster.
It harms our national security posture. As Russia's economy grows and they do better, and their economy will grow and do better as a result of this deal, this is just, yet another foreign policy disaster in the making.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
pick up right there on a Friday. And get back to the calls momentarily. A couple of industry headlines real quick here. Traffic still causing disruptions for truckers traveling through the Memphis area. More than 2 months after the initial I-40 bridge shut down back in May, as we all recall, the massive crack in one of the beams. One truck driver says, I try to come through at night, so I get lucky most of the time. Got here at midnight last night. I can only drive 11 hours a day, so if you sit in an hour of traffic, that's an hour less of drive time. Signs indicating alternate routes can be easy to miss, so they often depend on each other to share information on the best routes. Now, one driver said there's a lot of signs. A lot of them just tell you to go around, find an alternate route. But I've been around here enough to know that I-55's the way to come down. Thankfully, the I-40 bridge repairs are on track to at least allow for partial reopening by the end of the month. So maybe a week from now, we'll be talking about things improving there. We're still working toward that really, really hard. We want to see how much of this plating has to be done while the bridge is closed. And maybe, if possible, some of it can be done with traffic moving on the bridge. Then in Virginia, a trucking company being accused of illegally dumping more than 500 gallons of curdled milk down a storm drain. This past Wednesday, Pulaski, Virginia. The drain in which the spoiled milk was dumped does feed into Peak Creek. Could have a negative impact on the environment. Town spokesman says that KTI Trucking is the company allegedly responsible for the illegal dumping of such a large volume of milk. However, he said the spread of the curdled milk has been contained to Sproul's Run and that multiple agencies are working to remove as much contaminant from the water as possible. And I guess when it goes down the drain, it's got to end up somewhere, right? Meanwhile, back to the calls on a Friday. Beaver Stuffer, what's going on?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I've been, when I first called, I was on the other side of the state. I think I've gone like 90 miles. I don't even remember what I called about now. Driver training.
Yeah, that was
driver training. That's what that was about an hour and 15 minutes ago. You were talking about that, and I really honestly think, Steve, that these big companies, I'm not going to name any names, but a lot of them are on the stock market. Like these larger for hire companies with thousands and thousands of trucks. They got, obviously stockholders to answer to, and a board. They've got to show a certain amount of profit per quarter. These companies are so disorganized that they can't keep it together to get freight based on customer service. So their only choice is try to bid that freight as cheap as they possibly can. They can't afford to have drivers with experience. They actually, that revolving door is what they want.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds stupid, right? That they can't afford to pay a driver $80,000-$90,000 a year. It's not going to happen with the thousands of drivers they got. So this revolving door, and there's drivers right out of school and trained drivers, paying them 25, 30 cents a mileage. I really think that's what they want.
Well, it's in this day and age, I don't know, finding quality drivers appears to be a very difficult task for many of these companies. It's like Ranger was talking about. A lot of these container, the port haulers and container haulers, they're bringing them in from, I don't know, all over the world. India, former, Soviet bloc countries.
But I'm curious if that's, they can hire them guys for cheap.
Correct, and they actually think they're making a good living, based on what they'd make in their home country. They think, hey, this is the greatest thing ever. We're making a fortune, but really, it's barely even a living wage.
Right. I'm fortunate enough, and I knew about this business quite a bit. I didn't go to truck driving school, and I grew up second generation, and so I knew what to expect before I started driving truck. As a matter of fact, I got my CDL in 95. I was 18 years old, and I wasn't even planning on driving truck. I just got it to get it. And the job that I was working full-time during the day, I was driving part-time at night, and I just loved the business so much I decided to drive full-time once I turned 21. But I think a lot of these companies that are marketing and the amount of money that they put into trying to recruit drivers is they're banking on, they're going to get somebody that knows absolutely nothing about the trucking business and doesn't know any better. And they're going to tell them all sorts of lies. They're going to go work for them and find out it's just a horrible business. Then they just move on to the next per person. So I've heard of drivers going to truck driving school or telling them that there's a job open. And when they finish the school, telling them, well, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have any company trucks open anymore, but hey, it's your lucky day. We're going to make you a business partner and lease you a truck.
Exactly.
No experience. Hey, you're going to be an owner operator. And they think they hear the numbers, right? And it's basically the same amount of money that they would make as a company driver somewhere else with 5 years experience. They got no benefits, medical, nothing, right? And this company is leasing them this truck for $3,800, $4,200 a month. It's insane. So they're not making their money off trucking anymore. They're making their money off these truck leases.
Well, and then that driver that lasts a year or 2 years, and then just they lose the truck. The company claims the truck back, right? They haven't made a payment or whatever. They take the truck back, and they use that truck and repeat the process. So you moved a bunch of freight for them,
right?
And you paid the truck payments, and you ended up with nothing.
They may have paid for that truck 2 or 3 times by the time they sell it. And then they get, sell it for whatever, and they get depreciation off it. Mm-hmm. Because with a lease, you can only depreciate the payment. Well, so the leasing company can depreciate the full amount of that truck. They're making a killing.
Well, I guess that kind of explains.
It's basically the same thing as re-inflating people.
Yeah, that's
what they're doing.
That explains why so many of these companies go down that route, right? The lease deal. You'll be your own boss. But like Big Moose said, that's the farthest thing from the truth. You will not be your own boss. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Hey. I'm telling you. Well, first off, I get up this morning and I'm watching, Kyle Petty has a program where he interviews, these famous people. And, one of them, he was talking to Darius Rucker. And it's the second time I've heard that said, and then all of a sudden they're making this big hoop-hoo about Darius Rucker in country music. And he broke the ceiling in the country music. And I'm sitting there thinking, is anybody going to Standing Tall, to Phoenix, Arizona? What about Charlie Pride, man?
Yep.
And that was back in the 1960s. So, dadgummit. And that's the second time I've heard him trying to make this big hoop to do about Darius Rucker, who is a great singer, by the way. But even so, isn't even come close to Charlie Pride. that old boy's story is amazing, and he comes out when he's saying he just made the room rattle. But all right, now I get in the truck, and before you come on, I'll put it over on Facebook news feed, and I'll head on down the road. Well, I've got two people interviewing Mike Lindell, and my ears pick up because he's offering a $5 million reward for anybody that can prove his information wrong. And he's bringing it out. He's going to bring a lawsuit. It's about China tapping into our electoral system, and he's saying they're going to try to take this to court, and it's all 50 states. And Mike Lindell was given the numbers. The true election numbers is more like 80 plus million for Trump, 65 million for Biden. And right off the bat, my brain goes electoral college. But then the part that was interesting is he's saying taking it to the Supreme Court can possibly make the election null and void. This is something new. I mean, this just there just might be something there. You know what I mean?
Wow.
If it's null and void, that means that we're going to have to do it again. So, hey, if y'all, any of out there liberals want to make yourself $5 million, start studying up. Because according to what Mike Lindell says, if you can prove any of his information wrong, you'll be a rich man.
Wow.
So it's going on. Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
That's pretty big. I mean, I know that, Dominion sued Lindell, and Lindell said, bring it on because you'll help me prove my case. And I think he then turned around and sued Dominion as well. I don't know where those cases are. Did they discuss that at all?
No, and that's what I thought this was maybe something about, but the more I listened to, that's why I was a little bit late coming to your program. And I didn't listen to all of it, but no, this is something totally different. This has everything to do with technology and China tapping into all 50 states and affecting the election through the computers.
Mm-hmm.
So after I finished talking to you last night, I had a driver call me. The first time he ever called me. And he was talking about them chips, and he says, what I've wondered is China's making those chips, are they tracking, they're tracking us. Are they going to be able to turn the chips off, push a button and cripple transportation, cripple everything? And I said, you know what? I hope General Milley is pushing to find out a whole lot more than finding white supremacists in the ranks.
Yep.
Because America's wide open right now.
I mean, China for years. China is known. They are known to install malware and embedded software in all kinds of electronic devices. I mean, they found this stuff. You pull it out of the box and it's already got something loaded on it. And you can't trust what you're getting out of China.
Well, there you go. And think about it. We build our destroyers in Japan, and they're putting these chips in our military, in equipment, in ships. I mean, I just, what? Yeah, we're flying blind here, but according to what I heard, that's the closest I heard. If you take it to the court, they said, well, why? The court's already proved they don't want to deal with it. And Mike Lindell says, if you've got because that's what he's trying to do. I guess it's going to come out first next month. They're going to do this push, all this information, and he's going to push. The people of each state need to really push that their state signs on to it, and the court will have a hard time, like they did Texas, denying Texas to be heard. But the court has to listen to the grievances of 50 states, or the majority of the states, they will have to listen to it. And like you said, the whole different terminology I heard is making the election null and void.
Wow.
That is something, yeah. So the video.
You talk about a constitutional crisis. I mean, that's that's uncharted territory. It's what would happen? I don't know that I'm going to hold my breath that it will, but it'll be interesting to see what he's got coming up next month, right? All right, let's see. I got an email from Kyle here a little bit ago. Just a quick note. I had a meeting this past afternoon discussing plans for the Mid-America Truck Show next year. All I can say is we have some big news coming. Really? Okay. And he said, I think the Overnight Drive listeners are going to be very excited to hear what we've got in the works. More coming soon. Can't wait for the Mid-America Truck Show 2022. Yeah, well, it will have been a long time coming. All right, you've piqued my interest. That's what you call a teaser. All right, thanks, Kyle. Quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, we had our NTPA update a little bit ago, and yeah, Chapel Hill, Tennessee is the place, starting today, as a matter of fact. What they call the 46th Annual Lions Super Pool of the South. Josh will be there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth set up. They describe this as every July, the beautiful community of Chapel Hill, Tennessee. It has been named Pool of the Year 8 times by the National Tractor Pullers Association, drawing all the top names in the diesel super stock tractors, pro stock tractors, four-wheel drive trucks, the unlimited multi-engine tractors, and the mini rod classes. The excitement never stops as these horsepower monsters roar down the track, chasing their share of over $100,000 in prizes. And, of course, you get the bragging rights for a year as the Chapel Hill champ. If you can't make it there live today or Saturday, You can catch all the action on ntpa.tv live. I think you do have to have a subscription for that, but if you need more information, go to lionsuperpool.com and make sure if you're there, stop by, say hello to Josh. Good morning, Eileen. Yeah, hello, Eileen. Did we lose Eileen? I think we did. I guess she held on for a while. Let's see what's going on with Pappy. Good morning. Happy Friday.
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there.
Man, let me tell you something. Nothing burns my caboose more than coming up like 275 there at the Coleraine Split. 3 lanes, Steve. Big truck in the right lane, big truck in the middle lane, big truck in the left lane.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ranger, for clearing that up, and giving some insight. So why do these daggone trucks do that, man? Steve, I had to go out to Anderson Township this afternoon, and I went around the 275 loop, right?
Yeah.
Out past the airport, towards Coney out there. And it was pretty congested. I mean, it wasn't like bumper to bumper, but it was pretty congested. And 3 lanes, truck in all 3 lanes. I'm looking at the truck in the left lane, and I'm cussing, man. I mean, I'm not pissed off enough to pull out a gun and start shooting at it, like we've seen happen. But and we come around the turn, and I'm looking up in front of that truck in the left lane. It's wide open in front of him, Steve, and I'm just sitting there scratching my head, going, "What the hell?" I mean, when you got 3 lanes, I don't see any reason for big truck to be in the left lane. But I get it, these other trucks, the way Ranger explained it, man. I guess, I get it. You try to get around somebody, God. But, man, Steve, I think I told you this before. I've been on so many fatal crashes in my career. Steve, I lost count. I don't even know how many I've been on. I was talking to a buddy of mine a few weeks ago, and he was like, "Hey, man, you remember that crash up there on 71, that fatal crash we were on?" And he was talking like this. I'm like, "Man, damn, I forgot all about that."
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty, you know what I mean? That. Hey, but Chevy guy was talking about Mr. Michael Landell. Hello, guy.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Steve, I told you, man, he's got this coming up August 10th, 11th, and 12th in Sioux City. He's throwing it all out there, Steve, in a 3-day event. He's inviting everybody. He's rented out all the motels. He's picking up the tabs for anybody that takes his invitation. There's a Coliseum or something there. He's going to be putting this on, and he's going to throw it all out there for the American people to see.
I pulled it up here. I hadn't caught that. A cyber symposium. Wow.
Yes, sir. Remember that little documentary he put out?
Uh-huh.
This is going to be that on steroids. And Chevy guy's right. He put out a $5 million. If anybody can dispute, what he's saying.
You remember when, he put together, it was like a 1-hour episode. I think I called you that night when it was first put up or whatever, and
yes, sir.
Told you to pull it up.
It was like 2 hours.
And then like Facebook and whatnot was trying to censor it. If you tried to link it or whatever, they didn't want to allow it to be linked as like false information kind of thing.
Yep. Yes, sir. He's claiming he's got the receipts, Steve. He's claiming he's got, people in the know that are experts in this category. And he's going to put it all out there. He countersued
Dominion.
He countersued Dominion. And he came out and he said that he is not going to settle. He will take this to trial. And the reason he will not settle and he wants to go to trial is because if that happens, you will have discovery of evidence. If they try to settle out of court, you know, a lot of evidence won't be able to be brought up. You know, so I don't know why he's so big into this. I don't know, you know. I think I heard an interview with him where somebody came to him after the election, somebody high up in the government, you know, it wasn't Trump. I mean, him and Trump are pretty tight. But somebody came to him and said, hey, man, we think this is going on. And, you know, he did some looking into it. And so this will be an interesting 3-day event that he puts on. I hope we'll see who advertises it. You know, we'll see who actually puts it on the air live. I doubt if Fox will even carry it. I don't know, but I will find some websites we'll be able to go to watch this thing.
Okay.
Let you know. But all right, man. Hey, I just want to, you know, kind of vent a little bit on you big truckers tonight, man. Get to that hammer lane.
Get out of the hammer lanes.
God love you.
Stop it with the turtle races already. That's what they call it. All right, yeah, I'm looking at the ad. Cyber Symposium, August 10 through the 12th, live streamed nonstop, 72 hours on frankspeech.com. I guess that's the one Lindell put together. Mike will reveal the cyber data and the packet captures from the November 2020 election. $5 million challenge, a $5 million prize will be awarded to any attendee who can prove that this cyber data is not valid data from November 2020 election. The symposium is not open to the public. Invitees include current politicians, cyber experts, and the media. To claim the prize, you must attend the Cyber Symposium in South Dakota and prove that cyber data is not valid data from the 2020 election. Okay. With that, news break time, bottom of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A computer network outage temporarily took down a number of websites belonging to a variety of companies, including Delta Airlines and Amazon. Akamai Technologies, a cloud service and web security company based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, said it was investigating the cause of its service disruption. In addition to Delta and Amazon, Capital One, British Airways, GoDaddy, Vanguard, UPS, LastPass, AT&T, and Costco were also affected by the domain name system failure. Akamai said the outage wasn't caused by a cyber attack, but didn't detail the source of the problem. The outage caused some Delta customers to be unable to check into flights using the airline's website. The Hill reported that the outage also affected the website of the upcoming 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's right. We are live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. As Kyle said earlier, with he's off this weekend. Not going to be out at the track, but then it's 5 straight weeks on the road, starting next weekend, Friday, Saturday, July 30th and 31st. This is a big one. The Outlaw Diesel Super Series, the Rocky Top Diesel Shootout 8. Crossville, Tennessee, at the Crossville Dragway. He'll be there with the Hotshot Secret vendor booth. Next leg of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, big one. Everybody always looks forward to the annual Rocky Top Shootout. Fastest diesel drag racers in the country, all showing up, including the world's fastest diesel. That's right, the Hotshot Secret Firepunk Diesel S10 will be there. 2-day event. Good time, fun for the whole family. Friday, testing, qualifying rounds. Then in the evening, you got the gas versus diesel shootout under the lights. And a motorcycle stunt show, by the way, on both days. Saturday morning, you kick off more final qualifying for the Outlaw Diesel drag racers. Eliminations get underway in the afternoon. So plenty of action both days. Stop by the Hotshot Secret booth and say hello. The Minnesota Milkman. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. I haven't talked to you live in, oh boy, probably 6-7 years.
It's been a while, huh? What's going on?
Oh, not much. I got a couple questions for you about the COVID-19 vaccine. I occasionally listen when I can. So the COVID-19 vaccine does not prevent you from getting COVID-19, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But then I've been hearing here lately that you cannot, if you get the vaccine, you can no longer transmit it if you do contract COVID. Is that true?
I don't think that's the case. No, if you've got the COVID, if you've had the vaccine, you're not going to get a severe case. In other words, you're not going to be what they call shedding the virus as much as, say, an unvaccinated person would. But if you get it, you could still potentially pass it on. Sure.
Well, and I guess that's where my question lies is like, wasn't last year, weren't we told that like 40, 50, 60% of the transfers of COVID from person to person were from asymptomatic people? So
correct.
Wouldn't that be a vaccinated person? Right now, anyways?
Most of them would be, that is correct, asymptomatic. I don't know what prompted them to even test the Democrats from Texas that made that, that all flew up to D.C. But, I mean, they tested them. I think 3 of them were asymptomatic, and the other 2 had very mild symptoms.
Okay. I mean, so, now the media is touting that, almost all these cases that are ending up in the hospital or positive cases are a majority of them from unvaccinated people. Well, how do we know that the vaccinated aren't a huge contributor to spreading the numbers right now? Whatever we're up to, 30,000 a day.
Yeah. I would say undoubtedly vaccinated people. I mean, for the most part, they now the mask wearing has ended for the most part, and so the ability to spread has obviously increased. And the asymptomatic, and you still have asymptomatic people that aren't vaccinated that would be spreading it, and yes, vaccinated that would be asymptomatic that could be spreading it. I don't doubt that most of the hospitalizations would be the unvaccinated because they're coming down with the more serious symptoms versus the vaccinated.
100% agree with what you just said there. It just, I don't know. I'm so undecided about getting vaccinated or not. It's like, it doesn't really, other than maybe the protection of ending up in a hospital or dying, there doesn't seem to be that much of a benefit of being vaccinated to me. But that's all I wanted to ask you. I really appreciate your show. I appreciate that you guys found another platform to come on after your deal with your previous place. And keep up the great work, sir.
All right. Well, all the accolades for that go to Chris Gabrelchik and Hot Shot Secret. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be here. No, we wouldn't be here. All right, about 15 before the hour. As they've been, the benefit would be you're not going to get as sick, potentially, as if you did not have the vaccine. That's my understanding across the board. All right, who's next up here? Eagle checking in this morning. Hello, Eagle. Happy Friday.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, I got some things to tell you tonight. I talk about good old Joe Biden, the empty suit that's in the White House. But I want to say this right quick, Steve. I'm out here in California again. Got to deliver a load tomorrow, and then, as my friends like to say, I'm gonna get the hell out of California as quickly as possible. But this is a miserable place, Steve. Like I say, it's hard to believe I once lived in this state. It's hard to believe that California is a part of the United States. After what I see out here is just ridiculous. The condition that this state has gone in, and you can thank the Democrats or Democrats, whatever you want to call them, you can thank them for that. But like I told you several months ago, Steve, if there is America left to have, this is a preview of what the United States will look like from California. You want to see what your future looks like, and I'm talking to people that live in Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Michigan, wherever you at. If you want to see what your future looks like, just take a little trip out to California, and you'll see what your future will look like. Simple as that. Now, let me say this right quick, Steve, about Joe Biden, the empty suit. You know, I understand that last night he was in Cincinnati, where you live at. Am I correct?
Yeah, he was here. I guess that was Wednesday night. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I understand he was there on Wednesday night on a so-called town hall, CNN town hall with that other loser.
Don Lemon.
What'd you say?
Don Lemon, the loser, yes.
Yeah. Don Lemon, the biggest, I think somebody said he's the dumbest man on television, and that's exactly what he is. And nobody can take that away from him, so he can always look to that as being the dumbest man on television. But you know something, Steve? Like I say, like Mike Lindell, he claims that he has proof. Well, I knew that a long time ago, that anybody in their right mind know that Trump got robbed, and he can bring out any kind of facts and figures, anything he wants. It doesn't take it. You don't have to be very smart to realize he says that Trump got 80 million votes, and Biden, I don't know what he said he got, but it's obvious that Trump got. And I'm just going to give you an example of just what happened in Cincinnati yesterday, the other night when he had this town hall. Nobody was in attendance at this CNN. It's supposed to be a town hall. You're supposed to have a room full of people. He couldn't even get no people to show up to this so-called town hall to talk about the coronavirus, guns, and all this other loud nonsense that he wants to come out of his miserable mouth.
Supposedly,
what'd you say?
Supposedly, it was an invitation-only event. Yeah, it wasn't open to the public or whatever. You had to be invited to attend. So
Okay. Well, like I said, nobody would have attended no way. I remember talking to the other guy that used to host the show on WLD, and we used to talk about these rallies that Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton used to have, and nobody would even show up to these rallies. They'd have to beg people to show up, but yet they say he got all these votes come election time in 2020. The numbers just don't add up, Steve. They never have, and they never will add up. That's the reason why I call him an empty suit, because that's exactly what he is. And, you know, I was listening to Mark Levin on the radio. I don't know if you know it or not, Steve, but he had a microphone in his ear, a speaker, and he had somebody telling him what to say in this so-called town hall, and he couldn't even get that right. This guy here is an embarrassment to the United States, Steve. I don't know if you listened to the way this man was talking last night. It's obvious that this man has serious dementia, and he's in decline, and he's deteriorating rapidly. And for him to be in control of the United States at a very serious time like this is not a game, you know. And now they trying to keep it under wraps with Kamala, or whatever you want to call it. That she hasn't been seen in the last 4 or 5 days, and a lot of people are saying that she might have the coronavirus because she was in contact with some people that I don't know if she was in contact with these 6 people from Texas or who she was in contact with, but she hasn't been seen, and people are wondering where she's at. So we got a president that clearly has mental issues, and now we got another vice president. Nobody knows where the hell she's at. So, like I said, the United States, Steve, we're in a big trouble, and like I said, it all could have been avoided. There's no Mike Lindell. I appreciate the man, because he stuck with Donald Trump when a lot of people wouldn't stick with him, and hopefully something good can happen in August. But if you think they're going to reinstall Donald Trump into the White House, it's not going to happen, especially with a loser like Nancy Pelosi, a backstabber. Like, as long as she's in the White House, nothing good is going to happen, and she's going to make sure Trump, as long as she has something to say about it, will never step foot in the White House again. And Chuck Schumer the same way. Both of them are two lousy Democrats that should have been kicked out of Washington, D.C. a long time ago, Steve. You know, because I'm really fed up with these people, because they're not doing nothing to try to make America great again. They got the border wide open down here in Texas, where I live at Del Rio, Texas. I think they say over 1,000 individuals, they bogarting their way into the United States. Now, they're not even stopping for the Border Patrol. Border Patrol, bang, step in front of him. They walk right through him like he don't exist. They're not even scared of the Border Patrol. They coming on into the United States at will. And Kamala nor Joe Biden's doing nothing about it, Steve. And they want to know where this deadly virus is coming from. None of these people are being tested, Steve, that come in from Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, wherever they come from. And then they got the nerve to bust them all over the United States of America after they get into Texas and shipping them all over the country, transporting this virus to every state in the United States of America. And Joe Biden says he can't understand why the virus is spreading. Well, that's the reason why it's spreading, Mr. Joe Biden, because you're transporting people all over the United States that hasn't been vaccinated, nor have they been tested. So, like I say, America, you can keep playing games with a loser, empty suit that shouldn't be in the White House if you want to, but this is not a game. And when you start seeing bodies drop from this virus unnecessarily, maybe you'll take notice then. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Have a great day. Have a great weekend, Eagle. Yeah, and he is correct. Buses. The buses leaving the Texas city at the heart of the border crisis are struggling to keep up with the business because they're full of illegal immigrants released into the U.S. by overwhelmed Border Patrol agents. According to the New York Post, since this crisis erupted following Biden's election, the 4 bus companies that operate out of the Central Station bus terminal in McAllen, Texas, have added as many as 6 daily routes totaling 250 seats, but it's still not enough. We don't have enough private bus seats to get everybody out. The demand for tickets out of town is at a record high, and most, if not all, of this increase is illegals caught crossing the border and released pending a future court appearance. All seats are already purchased for tomorrow, so if somebody wants to buy a bus fare to head north, they've got to wait 2 days. Central Station has seen a 50% surge in the number of passengers hanging around and waiting to leave. That's substantial because we're a pretty busy bus station to begin with. A spokesperson for Greyhound Bus Lines, the country's largest bus company, one of the 4 that provide service to and from McAllen, acknowledging a spike in demand from the border since March. And yes, the increase can be attributed to migrant travel. Well, sure. We ain't got enough buses to get them all out of there. But a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I believe she dialed us back up here. Let's try again. Do we have you this time, Eileen? Good morning.
You have me. Something
All
happened
right.
to the audio. It showed I was on wait, but I couldn't hear anything.
Huh.
So I hung up thinking I could call right back, so I had to wait till you got to me, hung me up, and I came back.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks
Like
for
a
dialing
bad
us back
nickel.
up. That's weird.
I'm like
okay.
a bad Democrat. Anyway, I have watched not the whole thing, but I don't have CNN and all that stuff, but the news. And it just blew me away how he just, overflowed with wonderfulness with the union people. Now, not all unions are bad, but I was like, he's like, oh, you've got to have a union job, because if you don't have a union job, you don't get paid living wages. And then they had an article, I don't know which app it was on. It was either on Fox or, and these are local channel, Cincinnati channel apps. And they had an article about somebody that got up who was at this town meeting, one of the people were chosen, and they didn't all get to speak who were chosen according to what this article said. And he got up, he was from a restaurant, and I can't tell you which one he was from Cincinnati area. And he said he was, I believe, Republican, because he said something about, aren't you going to help some of the small businesses with something? And I don't know what he was looking at, but he says, well, you have to pay living wages. And he says, I pay living wages. We still need some help. Oh, I know. It was about the unemployment.
Trying to find workers.
because-
Yeah, right. Yeah, can't find people to work for them. That's the case. Yeah.
Right. And he says, and Biden was like, well, it's probably because a lot of places don't pay living wages or something. And I'm like, yeah, you want union and everything. You want a union for everything. I could not believe when I worked for the big company in Covington, Kentucky, that's now gone, the government, and there was a union. And I could not believe it. But fortunately for myself, I did not have to join, because I saw a lot of bad there. A girl got mad at me because I had my headsets on, and I got listening to it's a station that's a nonprofit, but it's not a NPR station. It's another one, and they were singing. They were probably playing Zippity Doo Dah or one of those, and I'm singing it, and I didn't realize how loud I was. Instead of this girl coming over to me and saying, who sat right across from me, and said, Eileen, could you? And I would go, oh, I'm sorry. And because other people have said Eileen, and I go, oh, I'm sorry. No, she goes up to the manager, my manager, and says, she's singing too loud. Manager had to come tell me. And instead of saying, just sit down and, something. No, and they always had to get over the big phone, the microphone, and tell everybody that they needed to stay off their phone and watch movies. But they didn't go in the back row where nobody went and saw everybody sitting on their phone watching movies. Because if they went and told somebody, if they were part of that union, they would go and complain that they were being signaled out.
Okay.
And who got in trouble? The manager. Who got pulled off? The manager. Yeah. And I could not go to the union. This I learned, because I'd never been in a union, never will, hopefully. I could not say, hey, this girl is harassing me. No, I have to go to the manager then has to go. I couldn't go to the union and say, you need to stop. Nope, couldn't tell on your own person. The manager had to do it, but the manager wouldn't go to them because they were union, probably union. And then they would say, then they could go to the union and say, the manager is hassling me. So I just wanted to throw up when he kept saying how wonderful. Now, I agree that we need to have apprenticeships with different companies. My dad, back when he was youngster, 16, 18 years old, and he was maybe a little older, he was an apprentice at a lithographer, and he realized that was not for him. So he got out of that and started the candy business. And but you need apprenticeship. People need to teach them, but they don't have to be union.
Sure.
Anyway, that's my beef.
Well, I'm glad you called back, Eileen. It's good to hear from you this Friday morning. Have a great day, super weekend. We got to get our news update. Top of the hour has arrived, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A computer network outage temporarily took down a number of websites belonging to a variety of companies, including Delta Airlines and Amazon. Akamai Technologies, a cloud service and web security company based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, said it was investigating the cause of its service disruption. In addition to Delta and Amazon, Capital One, British Airways, GoDaddy, Vanguard, UPS, LastPass, AT&T, and Costco were also affected by the domain name system failure. Akamai said the outage wasn't caused by a cyber attack, but didn't detail the source of the problem. The outage caused some Delta customers to be unable to check into flights using the airline's website. The Hill reported that the outage also affected the website of the upcoming 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
The White House says there's been no change in the guidance for masks during the pandemic. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
There has been no decision to change our mask guidelines. Any decisions about public health would be driven by the CDC.
The Justice Department has set up a gun trafficking task force in 5 cities: Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. The ATF's Deputy Director of Field Operations, Megan Bennett.
Go after the sources of those guns, the corridors that they travel in, and the networks that feed those guns to the places where they are doing the most violent crime.
8 people on a party bus were wounded in a drive-by shooting Wednesday night in Chicago. Earlier, another drive-by left 2 men dead. Also, there were 2 mass shootings just minutes apart. 10 people were shot, including a 14-year-old boy who was killed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the committee to investigate the January 6th attack at the Capitol will go forward despite the GOP promises to boycott the investigation. USA's Lance Pry reports.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi canceled 2 of the 5 Republicans from the GOP selection to investigate January 6th.
The other 2 made statements and took actions that just made it ridiculous to put them on such a committee seeking the truth.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy now calls Pelosi's partisan panel a sham.
Denying the voice of members who have served in the military. Jim Banks, a Navy veteran. Jim Jordan has served on select committee and serves on one now. Made it undeniable this panel has lost all legitimacy and credibility. And it shows exactly what I warned back at the beginning of January, that Pelosi would play politics with this.
Wyoming's Liz Cheney, the only Republican now on the panel, applauded Pelosi's decision.
Tokyo's government reported nearly 2,000 new cases of COVID-19, 91 of which are connected with the Olympics, just as they start the opening ceremonies. Of those connected to the Olympics, 9 were residents at the Olympic Village, 4 were athletes, and 4 others were personnel. The news comes as officials report that the hospital occupancy in Tokyo has reached its most severe level. The city was also placed on stage 4 alert because of its daily new COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and the rate of positive tests for the virus. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. I'm looking at let's see, from the Dakota News Now. Getting back to the announcement from Lindell, this just posted a couple hours ago. You know him as the pillow guy, Mike Lindell. Yeah, of course, he's got his new social media platform, Frank. Coming back to South Dakota, saying his next visit's going to be marked in history. Lindell says he was given an electronic version of every vote cast in the November election, and he plans to show it all at this cyber symposium. The main focus is based on the claim that the election was hacked by a foreign country. According to Lindell, it's been crooked, the biggest crime in history. It was massive, it was across every state, and believe me, it's big here in Sioux Falls, he says. Now, at the South Dakota Military Alliance venue, it is, as I mentioned earlier, invitation only, cyber experts, politicians, and the media. I want these cyber forensic experts all here because you and I can't read the stuff that comes in these packet captures. They need to understand it, and they do understand it. They're going to validate it, just like I had cyber experts validate all of this. It will only be available to the public through a live stream. The live stream, he says, I believe it will be one of the most watched events in history. We're going to run on one screen the whole election, constant, because it's a stream of information. He claims to have the entirety of the election results in the form of packet captures. Now, they spoke to one, what they call cybersecurity expert. Brian Linder is an emerging threats expert with some group called Checkpoint Media. listed among the top 10 cybersecurity countries in the world. He explains a packet capture is basically eavesdropping on a computer network, nothing more than that. Now, the ability to say what conversations are happening between a device and another device on a network, what they're going to do with it, not too much. It's encrypted, he said. It'll be trivially decrypted. Okay, so apparently Lindell had already released one sample packet to which he said experts looked at the packet captures that he had, and in fact, it was not encrypted at all. It was not an encrypted packet capture. As a matter of fact, it was an unencrypted stream of meaningless data that mentioned clothing manufacturers. It had nothing to do with voting. So he claims to have a raw packet capture that's encrypted. He doesn't have that. That's absolutely a false claim based on the data he provided. All right, the Cyber Symposium, also spearheaded by Phil Waldron, a retired colonel with the U.S. Army. He says the electronic system that we have, voting system, we don't have fair, free, and transparent elections until we get back to the fundamental solution, which would be counterfeit-proof paper ballots. So there's a lot of debate going on back and forth. Lindell discusses one of the ways he believes an election can be hacked. Everybody knows the machines are online. They're hackable. It's a no-brainer. Now, the South Dakota Secretary of State said that's not the case in their state. There's no online voting. None of our machines are connected to the internet. None of the tabulators are connected to the internet. In 11 other states, the company Election Systems and Software confirmed they sold tabulation machines equipped with wireless modems, which could be a security risk. In South Dakota, ballots are counted at the polling station, sealed for delivery, then counted again upon delivery. And then we start the process of tabulating the results. The port of the tabulation machine is locked until the results are transported onto a flash drive. We know what those results are. Our IT staff would then transmit those results to the Secretary of State's office. County auditors make sure the votes they've reported match the votes at the Secretary of State's audit. The entire process is monitored. There's an equal number of Republicans and Democrats here to review these. So could an entire election be captured electronically? To intercept and packet capture all of an election, I think the way the New York Times described it, technically incoherent. I cannot imagine a scenario where that could be pulled off at all, he said. Now, as for any cybersecurity experts attending the event, Linder has heard from his peers. He said no credible cybersecurity expert is going to attend this session. There's this huge, very, very curious community who invest their lives in knowing this, would ever attend a session like this. Lindell says he's talked with Governor Noem about the symposium. He has her full support. We're not sure if Christie is going to attend. We haven't had a response. All right. After the final day of the symposium, Lindell plans to take the results of his disclosure directly to the U.S. Supreme Court for review, is the way he put it. According to a legal advisor, lawyers file petitions to the U.S. Supreme Court all the time for a variety of reasons, but very few ever get granted. And there are exceptionally few that can actually originate in the U.S. Supreme Court. So this cyber expert, this guy makes it sound like Don't be too confident they're going to uncover anything. I don't know. With the $5 million prize, though, you'd think that might entice some legitimate cyber experts to show up and say, because he's saying if you can prove it's not authentic, well, why not? So there's your update, 17 past the hour. What's going on, Philip? Good morning.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Happy Friday.
You too. Hey, Steve, I want to change a little bit, try to get off the politics a little bit, if you don't mind. Did you hear about China's high-speed railroad they got going on? That they got a train that'll go 380 miles an hour?
Really?
Yeah, they just debuted it. They sure did.
That's fast.
They've been working on railroad tech. They've been working on this high-speed railroad technology for years. It's a maglev system. They take magnets and energize them, and it makes the train go forward, or you can reverse polarity and go backwards. It's really cool. Cool technology, but man, it's very expensive. I just wondered if you'd seen anything about it.
I had not yet seen that. The world's fastest train, okay.
At 380 miles an hour, I don't know if I'd want to get around that, man. That's crazy. So, but Eileen earlier was talking about the unions. I've been in a union. Well, I've been union on and off out of unions all my life, but I've been in the union down here at Disney the last 11 years. And some of her accusations about the union are correct, but you don't have to go to a manager to get something. You can go up to somebody and talk to them. I mean, in our situation, you can talk to anybody you want if somebody's playing their music loud or doing something like that. But the thing that I found out with the unions, they're great with contract negotiations, but in other things, they're not so great. You know, it's like anything else. You've got good ones and bad ones, but they tend to go with the Democratic vote, which I don't vote that way. And they send me their little cards every time the election comes around. Vote for these candidates, you know, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to vote whoever I want to. And you have the right to do that in a union. A union can't push you to vote for somebody or influence you or anything. So, but yeah, unions are good in some aspects. In some aspects, they're terrible. You know, do they cover up some lazy people? Yes, they do. And as far as she was talking about that town hall meeting, did they talk any about the right to work states, Steve, in that town hall meeting?
That I don't know. I did not tune into the town hall, no.
Well, I got news for you, because down here in Florida, this is a right to work state. And our wages are considerably lower than what they are where y'all at. And a lot of the companies are having to step up now because they've paid so many low wages over the years, and now they're having to step up. And they're going to have to step up more with the situation that there is now. Even Walmart now down here, and I know this for a fact, they can't hire people because people are not going to go there and work for $11 an hour. You know, when they could go work somewhere else for $15 an hour. And that's the biggest problem that we have. And the unemployment issue, I think Biden's going to tiptoe around that because he don't want people to sit at home. And I think that's one reason why we ended that program. I mean, it's ended down here in Florida for the federal side of it. State side is still paying out, so people aren't getting the money. And I think we're seeing an influx of people coming back to work down here because of that. You know, we got to go to work now because they cut us off. And I think we should cut us off because we all need to be out here working. If you're able to work. If you're disabled, I understand that, or you retired, whatever, I understand that too. But if you're able to work, get off your butt and go to work. That's what I do every day. And I think Big Moose would back me on that one.
I guarantee he would.
It's, you know, and I don't know. I don't get today's society. I really don't. So, but that's all I pretty much got today, bud. I appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you. Good to have you with us. Have a great day. You're going to be driving that monorail, Epcot, today.
Absolutely. I'll be out there today. I'll be out there running. If anybody's at Epcot today and you look up and see a monorail, it's there's only going to be 2 of them out there. We only run 2 on that line, and I'll be in one of them or I'll be in the station. So if y'all want to see me out there, that's where I'll be today. Y'all have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have fun. Enjoy that. 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And it is a Friday. You mentioned the fastest ground vehicle in the world. Unveiled by China. Yeah. Let's see, 370 mile an hour. The Maglev train being touted as the fastest ground vehicle in the world. Using electromagnetic force, making it essentially float. There's no contact between the rail and the body of the train. The debut of the super-fast train could cut down time for people traveling from Beijing to Shanghai to just 2.5 hours. That's 754 miles. Right now, it's a 4.5-hour train ride on the bullet trains. Advances to train technology have taken off. Japan developing a bullet train capable of reaching 249 miles per hour. In America, a train track from West Palm Beach, Florida to Orlando is being built for trains that travel up to 125 miles per hour. When people see what it's all about, you'll see people clamoring for this. China's newest train is expected to be ready for commercial use within the next 10 years. Fascinating. That's fast, though. 370. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. That sounds like that train might be a little bit faster than my new Challenger. What do you think?
I would say definitely.
Yeah, hey, I'm going to touch on a couple things real quick. I haven't heard anybody touch on it. I'm sure everybody's been hearing it on the newscast about this January 6th commission. Isn't it ironic they don't want the Republicans that actually would like to get to the bottom of what's going on? Jim Jordan, I can't think of the other guy's name.
Yeah.
She won't allow them on the committee, but Liz Cheney's on the committee, which she might as well be a Democrat.
Well, I mean, that's the funny thing is,
upside down is that?
Nancy Pelosi actually picked Liz Cheney. She was picking all Democrats and Liz Cheney, and then McCarthy picked 5 Republicans to be on the commission.
Yeah, it just goes to show what this commission is about. Railroading. That's it. Nothing less. Yeah. I sent you an email earlier. Did you see that email about the B-52s with the engine change on the bombers?
Yeah, that it could still be flying after its 100th birthday. That's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I thought that was flat out amazing. I know them bombers. They see in the article that they're 75 years old. I believe they misquoted that, because if you go back 75 years, that's 1946. Didn't the B-52s come out in the mid-50s? I think they're off by about 10 years, I think.
I know that. I couldn't tell you. No, I don't know.
Okay. Because we really didn't get the jets until after Germany surrendered. We got the jet engines technology from the Germans, But a touch on something the Lone Ranger was talking about. Absolutely. He's, as usual, dead on point about this guy's hanging around in the center lane. And like he said, in congested areas where there's traffic getting off and on, absolutely, it does make sense to stay over. And they do train these people in the driving schools. They was doing it in the 90s when I went to driving school. If there's 3 lanes or more, get one from the right lane. I understand if it's a heavily congested area, but if you're out in the middle of nowhere, I've been across 78 probably more times than I can count. When I was running milk into North Jersey and into New York City years ago. And yeah, there's a lot of that road that people think, well, it's awful congested. You get out there going towards the Pennsylvania side, the exits are really stretched out and stuff. I actually was involved in an accident in Connecticut from being in the right lane back in January of 2009. I've moved over. Now, South Connecticut, anybody's been up to there, it's very congested. The exits are literally every mile. In some areas, the exit numbers run higher than what the mile numbers do. That's how congested that is. This was up in Stanford, which was exit 9, which is almost at the 8-mile marker in Connecticut. I got over in the right lane. I had a couple trucks coming up on me. So I moved over to let them by so I get back out to the middle lane. We come around the turn, and literally, if it was this week, I'd say this guy would get the DA the Decade Award. Here he is, literally, this little white Nissan Altima is straddling the right line, this white solid line. Half the car is in the right lane, and the other half is on the shoulder. I squeezed over as far as I could. I literally missed him with the tractor and flipped him with the train. I had nowhere to go because I had a truck beside me. I understand what Lone Ranger's saying. And just basically, I'm agreeing with him. But, you're in a congested area. You've got to get over that middle lane for safety reasons. And, yes, it does hold up traffic. But, anyway, I'll let you go, and I appreciate you taking my call.
All right, Gilligan, have a good weekend. Be safe out there. It is, let's see, bottom of the hour. We'll get a news break and come back with more just ahead. We've got, lines are almost cleared out. Things finally kind of quieting down a bit, so room for you at 844-844-3388. There was testimony, Maryland Representative Andy Harris this past day saying that parents should wait to give their children a COVID vaccine. Too early right now. You need to wait at least until you get full FDA approval. Now, Harris is a medical doctor. He said the vaccines, he says, it's not going to be fully FDA approved. It's going to be emergency use authorization. And you got to remember what that means. Emergency use authorization means it's not fully tested for safety. Now, last Friday, the FDA announced that they had received Pfizer's application for full approval. But he said full approval for the Pfizer vaccine would not come until at least January of next year or later. Speaking about the FDA's timetable for the COVID vaccines, he said, I would expect full approval for children not until next year, maybe even the end of next year. We may get it for adults by maybe early this fall, but for children, it's still going to be a non-approved, only emergency use authorization. And of course, we know that COVID is an exceedingly small risk for children. Others with medical credentials, including Rand Paul of Kentucky, sharing their concerns that children are or will be mandated to receive the vaccine. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is doubling down on her decision to reject 2 Republicans from the committee that will investigate the January 6th Capitol insurrection. She said she's not ruling out appointing additional Republicans to the select committee that was formed to investigate the violent breach at the Capitol.
There are some members who would like to be on it, but we'll see.
The Speaker defended her refusal to accept 2 Republicans to the panel, Jim Jordan and Jim Banks, citing previous comments and actions from them about the riot. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy says the other 3 Republicans he named to the panel won't participate in a sham process.
Because it's not going to change the outcome of what it seems like a predetermined or already written report.
Wyoming Republican Liz Cheney, who was selected by Pelosi, will serve on the panel. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off. Hello from Wheelchair Dave checking in this morning. Once again, 2 nights in a row. Good to hear from you, Dave. Via the email, which, by the way, email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Try to keep an eye on that through the program live. Yeah, great show this morning, Steve. I love hearing from the old-time callers and the regulars. I also enjoy how they like to talk history and tell the rest of the story, like Paul Harvey. We all need a good education. I'd like to comment on Chris from Hot Shot Secret. First, Chris, thank you for putting Steve Sommers back on the air. Second, the recent individual that Chris hired, bringing on board from Columbus, like Roger Penske, hire the best around you. Yeah, Steve, your show will do nothing but expand and quickly. Yeah, the ride from here on should be very entertaining. Okay? Hope you like doing mobile shows. You're probably going to be doing some. Have a great weekend. All right, Dave. Yeah, you're probably right. But yeah, thank you so much for listening in. What's going on this morning, Heat Wave?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Just got my dispatch ready to roll through California once again. See if I can't find and fight those nasty chip operators out there. Oh, man. Well, I had a really nice time at the house. I went ahead and mowed the back 3/4 acre of my land, and right before I got started, I popped open the hood of my lawn tractor, was putting gas in it, and I heard some rustling in there. I thought, inside the engine compartment of my lawn tractor. I thought, well, that's strange. I looked over, and there's a 4-foot-long bull snake staring eye to eye with me, and I thought, holy crap. Now, that's not what I said. What I said was something
all right.
a little bit more expletive, but yeah, he tried acting like a rattlesnake, hissing and rattling his hind end, and well, he did a pretty good approximation, but it wasn't it. So I let him live. And then last night, daughter says when she took her dog out to do her thing, she heard some rustling underneath the floor of where I have the lawnmower set up. So I'm assuming that rascal went ahead and got himself a rattlesnake, and golly for him. I don't like snakes, but I think that was the wrong trailer. Silly me. I think I'll throw it a bone, so to speak, and let it live. So yeah, I heard old Pelosi threw all the Republicans off and kept the rhino, which is going to vote for whatever the Democrats want. See, that's the issue we got in this country. You can say you're whatever you want to be to get the vote, and then turn around and then go to D.C. and run with the pack, so to speak. I mean, you can't stop that. Everyone's got a good sales pitch, but yeah, I just been disgusted, but then again, not surprised. I think Jim Jordan, he was one that got booted off of that committee, right?
Yeah, it was Jordan.
I think
one other guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tell you what, I was listening to Jordan last year about this time when he was just eviscerating the legal team from the other side when they were doing the impeachment trials. And I guess Pelosi just could not stand the heat, and that's why she's got outside help to make her groceries fix up in the kitchen, because she just cannot stand the heat. There really ought to be a mandate as far as how old you can be in federal office. If it's 67 or 70 for us out here, then that probably ought to be the age limit of anybody wanting to be in the House and Senate. Now, they'd probably say I'm some sort of phobia there, or racist about something there. I don't know what they're going to say, but I'm just about done with all that nonsense up there. And every time you hear something from them, I mean, one's blood pressure just tends to go up and up, and mine is no exception, as y'all well know.
No doubt.
Hey, yeah. So, Moose been on lately?
Not this morning.
Has it been on today?
Not this morning. Nope.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, as much as I like talking to Moose, and hearing him, there's one thing that he's got me little perturbed on, and that's with what we were talking about the other day with the COVID. I called it 91 DVOC because I didn't want to upset him, but this is a program that you got that we're going to talk about things other than trucking, and I personally would like to hear other people talk about their experiences with the shot. I mean, y'all know that my shoulder has been affected by it, but that's the only thing I've been affected by. My wife has talked to her doctor, and the doctor says, with all your issues, it'd probably be a good idea not to get it for now. let's see what happens. And if it's deemed okay, then go ahead and get it. But if not, you know what? We're not going to get it. So, man, I tell you what, this walking around is getting to me. It's like an exercise, man. Anyways, Eagle, if he's out there, somehow I'd like to get my number to him and get his and just talk to him and maybe have him join us in one of our conference calls after the show to discuss and BS about the events and whatnot of the day. So, Eagle, if you're out there, I'll email Steve my number and you can go ahead and get it, and we'll just go ahead and chit-chat some more on a later time. But, yeah. So, other than that, it really ain't a whole lot happening out here. I just thought I'd check in, let everybody know that, yeah, I'm on the road right now, so if they want to call me later, they can. So, I guess with that, we'll go ahead and let you go. You have yourself a wonderful weekend, Steve, and we'll look for you on Monday.
All right.
Good
to hear from you, Heatwave. Have a great weekend if we don't talk again before. So, looks like Minneapolis, are you serious going to take it to the next level? We're more than a year past the whole defund the police when those calls rang out in Minneapolis. The whole George Floyd thing, we all remember. Minneapolis City Council Committee has brought forward an amendment to replace the police department. The Policy and Government Oversight Committee passed the measure by a vote of 11-2, sending it to the full city council to vote. If passed there, it would then go on the November general election ballot. If voters approve, the Minneapolis Police Department would give way to a public safety department and provide a, quote, comprehensive public health approach to law enforcement. What are they talking about? The public health tools? Mental health responders, substance abuse specialists, violence interrupters, and violence prevention professionals? The official ballot item reads like this. Shall the charter be amended to create a Department of Public Safety that employs a comprehensive public health approach with a range of strategies and personnel, including licensed peace officers as necessary to fulfill responsibilities for community safety, with the general nature of the amendments being briefly indicated in the explanatory note below, which is made a part of this ballot. Yeah, let me see here. Council member Steve Fletcher says, I'm persuaded that this is not going to get better with another 2 weeks. I'm persuaded this language is a version of describing the intention of the petitioner and 20,000 people who signed the petition saying they want to create a significant change and we should put it on the ballot. So I'm going to go ahead and move for approval of the language as is. So literally talking about disbanding, dismantling the police department. Help me out here. Isn't Minneapolis one of those cities that have seen, since the whole defund the police the calls began, that the violence is out of control? We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. youthfountain.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I haven't paid a whole lot of attention. I mean, like Heatway was mentioning, this whole January 6th commission going to look into it. We were going to look into it, then we weren't going to look into it, and now Pelosi wants to lead the charge. Will we actually ever get the truth? According to Jim Jordan, who was, of course, selected to be on that commission, we will not learn the truth. He was on Tucker Carlson discussing being booted off the commission by Pelosi. Tucker says, I wonder why she, meaning Liz Cheney, and the rest of the Democrats keep telling us this commission is so important, but won't answer basic questions. Like, why can't we see the surveillance footage? Like, who shot Ashley Babbitt? Questions like, how many FBI informants were in the crowd that day? Why don't they have answers to basic, factual questions about that day? Jordan says, well, Tucker, the fundamental question, which is, why wasn't there a proper security posture that day? It wasn't like we didn't know there was a rally. It wasn't like we didn't know it would be a big rally. After all, this was a President Trump rally. Why was there not a proper security presence? That's the question that only, as you pointed out in your montage, only the Speaker of the House can answer. My guess, Tucker, is the reason she didn't have the proper presence there is because, think about what happened last year. Democrats normalized anarchy. Now, they said, if you're a rioter and you're attacking police that we're defunding and you're destroying small businesses, we're going to bail you out of jail. So with that in mind, with that background, she couldn't have the presence that you need that day. That's the fundamental question. Why isn't Representative Cheney or anybody else talking about that? Valid points. Yeah, Tucker replied, well, Cheney obviously is a shill. But I have to ask, though, and press a little bit on that explanation. So immediately, January the 6th, Pelosi calls the Army, builds a wall. Ironically,
Welcome post.
Around the building. But euros of the Capitol Police in other states. Yeah, her own special guards. So she is clearly for law enforcement, but only when they're protecting her. Christopher Wray, the FBI director, wouldn't even get on the conference call about preparation for January the 6th. Before it happened, we knew it was coming. They didn't protect the building. They let the protesters in. You know, the FBI has a long history of setting up crimes. You know, they just did it in Michigan. In case you missed that, did you catch that this week, that the FBI was involved, highly involved in that so-called kidnapping plot of Gretchen Whitmer there in Michigan? The FBI was in it. Why isn't there a good faith investigation into the FBI's behavior, or do Republicans somehow trust the FBI? Jordan responded, while we're talking, you may remember a few weeks ago when we had the FBI director in front of the Judiciary Committee. I asked him about what happened to the Hoopers up in the state of Alaska. You know, their door was kicked in. They were handcuffed, held at gunpoint, interrogated for 4 hours. They weren't even at the Capitol. I've been pressing for those answers. Fundamental question again is, why wasn't there a proper security presence that day? And again, only the Speaker of the House can answer that question. And what I find interesting is in this morning's political headline, I got it right here. Yeah, Democrats accept McCarthy's picks for January 6th panel. So they accepted it. Everything was fine. That's what it was reported this morning. So that was news. That was as of yesterday. Last night, I go on your network and I raise these very points and I talk about this, and suddenly, shazam! Pelosi changes everything. Mr. Banks and Mr. Jordan can't be on the committee. So maybe the reason may be she doesn't want to answer the fundamental question or any other questions. It's all political, and we've known it from the start. I didn't realize the timeline on that. First of all, they accepted the picks. So Jordan goes on Fox News Network and starts asking those questions. Things that Nancy would have the answer. She would have to answer those questions. And if you've just, with the Democrats and Liz Cheney on the committee, those questions will not be asked. They will not be addressed. They won't even come up. So that's pretty interesting. Politics in D.C. as usual. What else we got here? Big Sexy checking in on a Friday. What's happening? Hello, Big Sexy. Oh, it would help if I... There we go. I'm sorry, I had that. Yeah, go ahead, Big Sexy. Yes, we got you.
Okay. I see you done the phone reset. I had to dial back in.
Yes, correct.
On that... Remember last night we talked about that guy shooting them trucks in West Memphis?
Yes, they caught him, apparently.
I don't think you caught it. Yeah, I don't think you caught it when I called in. They had already arrested him that night. It was on the news right before I started my route, before your show come on, that they had picked him up. They caught him in a different vehicle than what he was doing the shooting with.
Okay.
But yeah, they got him. On this deal with Pelosi, he don't want the truth to get out because they're going to find out that was instigated by them. To blame Trump, they get him out of there and try not to get, impeach him and not get him back in again. I think the Democratic Party had a lot to do with what was going on the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
And she's claiming it's a bipartisan deal because she appointed Cheney. Cheney ain't nothing but a Democrat.
And Cheney hates...
a Republican name, but
Cheney hates Trump. I mean, we know what's going on with her. She's going to be on the bandwagon with Pelosi and the Democrats to try to make sure it comes out it was Trump's fault, that Trump instigated the whole damn thing. It's a pre-written narrative.
Yeah, Pelosi's saying it can't have them two on there because of, what they said about what happened and all that, what they said about Trump, the election being stolen and all that. Well, what about saying it wouldn't be fair? What about Cheney? What she said about Trump and all that? Her decision ain't going to be fair. It's going to be whitewashed is what it's going to be. They're going to point everything at Trump. That's exactly what it's going to come to. I mean, we know what's going to come out of it. They don't need even having it. But I wanted to get in here before the weekend. I've got one more night, so this is your last day this week. So you have a good weekend, and I'll catch you Tuesday morning.
All right. You do the same, Big Sexy. Have a great weekend. Final hour just ahead. We got an hour yet to fill. Plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is doubling down on her decision to reject 2 Republicans from the committee that will investigate the January 6th Capitol insurrection. She said she's not ruling out appointing additional Republicans to the select committee that was formed to investigate the violent breach at the Capitol.
There are some members who would like to be on it, but we'll see.
The Speaker defended her refusal to accept 2 Republicans to the panel, Jim Jordan and Jim Banks, citing previous comments and actions from them about the riot. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy says the other 3 Republicans he named to the panel won't participate in a sham process.
Because it's not going to change the outcome of what it seems like a predetermined or already written report.
Wyoming Republican Liz Cheney, who was selected by Pelosi, will serve on the panel. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, man. This is John Jubilee with EnergizedHealth.com. That's right. Write that down after you get off of this at EnergizedHealth.com, because this is your moment to change your life. Intelligent men are skeptical. I want you to be skeptical, but I want you to go check this out today. We have a breakthrough science that is so powerful that hundreds of doctors have changed their life. They recommend it to their patients, physicians to U.S. presidents, leading scientists across the world, because it works. Intercellular hydration pushes all the toxins out of your body. It pushes all inflammation out of your body, can cause your brain to have double the function, men, double. Your testosterone level could rise 500 points naturally. You can wake up every morning like a teenage boy again and lose 30 to 40 pounds of solid fat every month. Be skeptical, but go check this out today at EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com.
Mississippi Attorney General Lynn Finch said that her office asked the Supreme Court to review Roe v. Wade as part of its fight to defend the state's ban on abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The office filed a brief saying the landmark 1973 Supreme Court ruling failed to settle the issue of abortion once and for all. The brief said the only way to reconcile the competing interests is to return the matter to legislators, not judges. The U.S. Supreme Court in May agreed to hear Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, which challenges Mississippi's 15-week abortion ban. Mississippi's only abortion clinic sued the state after Governor Phil Bryant signed the ban into law in 2018. It made exceptions for medical emergencies and severe fetal abnormality, but not in cases of incest or rape. A federal judge in Mississippi struck down the law in late 2018. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
NFL officials say coronavirus outbreaks among the unvaccinated players may lead to forfeits this season. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
The NFL has laid out its strongest incentives yet for players to get the vaccine.
According to a memo shared by NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, the league has mandated that a game cannot be rescheduled due to a COVID-19 outbreak among unvaccinated players, and that a team will be forced to forfeit, resulting in a loss for playoff seeding. The memo also says the league intends to play all of its games within the scheduled 18-week period, and a 19th week will not be added to the schedule under any circumstances, an idea that was floated in 2020 amid numerous outbreaks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A large video wall collapsed at the site of a music festival set to take place in Florida over this weekend. Organizers for the Rolling Loud Music Festival tweeted that no one was injured in the collapse at Miami's Hard Rock Stadium and that the stage would be prepared for the festival's opening. Rolling Loud tweeted no one was hurt and it will be fixed before the doors open. Video shows the huge structure appearing to collapse on top of a stage which was empty. The sold-out festival is to span 3 days and is featuring acts including Travis Scott and Post Malone. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I just heard the story there about the giant video wall collapsing at Hard Rock Stadium. And looking at some of the video there, you know, if there had been musical acts on that stage, it'd have been bad. I don't know how, the weight of all the equipment that came down, but it is a massive pile of debris. I don't know if they got any live footage of the wall coming down or not. Yeah, luckily nobody, again, was in the stadium at the time, but that would have been a fatal mess. Wow. Meanwhile, okay, final hour is underway. Turn your screen back on there, Steve. Our number is 844-844-3388. Yes, Eagle, welcome back.
Yeah, I had to get back in, finish up some things that I wanted to talk about, that some other people had addressed. Like I told you before in my first call, Steve, this Nancy Pelosi, she has been a big problem. She's been a big thorn in the side of anybody that calls themselves a Republican in the United States, since, for the last 5 to 6 years since she's had this job. And I challenge anybody, you can call up tonight and tell me something good that Pelosi has done for the United States, Steve, since she's had that job. Mm-hmm. She is part of the reason why why Donald Trump couldn't get his wall built, when he was in the White House. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir.
She was, I can't name not one thing. She's the most negative speaker of the House that I have ever seen in my lifetime. Nothing is. This woman here is she's going to see that nothing comes about on this commission that they're starting to look at what happened on in January or February, whenever it happened. They're not going to call. You already know what the result is that they're going to come up with, and you anybody in their right mind know that they're not going to find anything that good about it when it concerns Donald Trump. You know how this woman feels about Donald Trump, and you know how Chuck Schumer feels about it, and these Rhino, Liz Cheney. like I said, like I told you before with these rhinos, I don't know why she won't go ahead and change her affiliation to the Democratic Party, because she's definitely not a Republican. And those are the kind of people that I'm fed up with, you know, such as that other guy out there in Utah, Mitt Romney, and John McCain. Yeah, that's right. I'm bringing up John McCain, another rhino that was a thorn in the side of Donald Trump when he was in the White House. These so-called Republicans in name only, Steve. We got to get rid of these people. We got to get them out of Washington, D.C., because these people are destroying the United States, Steve. We're not going to get anything accomplished until these people are headed out of town. And like I said, that's one thing we should have done this a long time ago, Steve. These term limits on people in Washington, D.C. You got people that's been in Washington, D.C. making money, and they're not earning it for one thing, and they've been there for way too long, and they're not doing anything to make America great again. I keep saying make America great again because that's what Donald Trump was doing until he got robbed, until they stole the election from him. Because if anybody out there, I challenge anybody to call in tonight and tell me if they think Joe Biden is making America great again. Tell me something that man has done to make America great since he's been in the White House. I can't name not one thing that he's done to make America great again. If you call making America great again by letting in people that don't belong here and they're not even being tested for the deadly virus and transporting them all over the country, if you think that's doing a good job, then you're dumber than I think you are. So like I said before, I'm just fed up with these people, Steve. It's been going on way too long. Anybody, like I said, I'd be embarrassed. I used to tell you this a long time ago. I'd be embarrassed to tell somebody I was a Democrat at this point. Like I say, I lost all faith in the Democratic Party when Barack Obama. That should have been the final straw for anybody that calls themselves a Democrat. When Obama left the White House, you should have no longer had anything to do with that party, and let alone even associate with somebody like Joe Biden. Barack Obama should have been the last straw for anybody that calls they Democrat. But yet I still hear people saying they support Joe Biden. So the way I look at it, Steve, is these people get exactly what they deserve. Anybody dumb enough to vote for Joe Biden, you get exactly what you deserve. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, can I ask you a question before you go there, Eagle? I'm looking here at a headline.
Yeah.
As a Black American, I'd like to know your take. They said the latest survey said relations, black-white, race relations in this country is at the lowest point it's been in over 20 years. What the hell's happened? How are we going backwards? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you. My thoughts on it is with all the hatred that you see, with the people such as the Jesse Jacksons, the Al Sharptons, and this other loser, this guy that represented the guy who got killed last summer. These guys here are telling blacks that, not to like the police, that the police is your enemy, that, I'm speaking as a black, the police is your enemy, they can't be trusted. So now you have a lot of blacks that don't trust whites because of these type of things, because of George Floyd situation. George Floyd, we already went over this, if he would have done what he was told to do and cooperated with the police, George Floyd would be here right now. But for some reason, these people can't focus on that thing. But like I said, you look at the mayor in Chicago, Steve. How many times have I talked to you about this woman? Everything that goes wrong in Chicago, she puts the blame on somebody else. She says that they're talking bad about her because she's a woman. Then the next thing she says is that they're focusing on her because she's black. It's situations like that makes black people have problems with the whites because they say, well, I guess she's picking on the mayor of Chicago because she's black, but they don't care about 100 people being shot on Memorial Day weekend, on the 4th of July weekend, So like I said, the people are focusing on the wrong thing, Steve, and I told you this a long time ago, and I continue to say it, and any black man in his right mind, I know it. It hurts me to even say this tonight, because every time I say it, it hurts me. But like I say, I stand a better chance of being shot by a black man in America than I do by a white man. And that's really a sad thing to say. But like I say, I got the stats to back up what I'm saying. All you got to do is go to Chicago. It's not the white man that's shooting the black man in Chicago. It's another black man pulling that trigger. And until black people figure out who their real enemy is, we'll always have this problem.
Okay.
And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thank you. All right, that's the headline. 57% of adults in this country now say relations, black-white relations, are somewhat or very bad right now. 42% say relations between the two groups are somewhat or very good. This marks the second consecutive year that positive ratings of race relations are at the lowest point in 20 years. By comparison, only 35% said race relations were very or somewhat bad back in 2001. 63% then said it was very or somewhat good. 20 years has made a massive difference. And I think everybody, an overwhelming majority say it's going the wrong direction. Results look like this. 33% of black adults say they have a positive view of race relations. That number was 70% in 2001. 43% of white adults have a positive opinion of race relations, compared to 62% in 2001. 57% of all adults say a solution to the problem will eventually be worked out. That was 48% in 2001, but remember, there was a whole lot less that thought there was a problem then. And lastly, 40% of black adults say a solution to racial discord is possible, compared to 60% of whites. So Americans rate the state of black-white relations more negatively now than at any time in over 2 decades. However, overall, they believe there's still hope for an eventual solution. So it's not only me. So many things that I could say, I thought we were past this and we were past that, and it's going the wrong direction. Now, Steve responded in regards to Nancy Pelosi. Question, he says, wouldn't crazy Nancy be guilty of treason for allowing a coup to take place? Obviously, she knew what was going to happen and when it would happen. She should be the one that's actually on trial. Enemy of the USA. See, Jim Jordan knows what's going on here, Steve. She doesn't want the real truth coming out. Not your house, corrupt Pelosi, the people's house. You Marxist. You're right. And she heard. She got word of what Jordan said, those questions he was asking. That only she would know the answers to. Yeah, she heard about that on Fox News, and she said, no, he can't be on this committee. We can't have him in here asking those kind of questions. All right, we return in 2. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So they tell us if you're worried about how much more pathetic it could be or get under Joe Biden, brace yourselves for what's going on behind the scenes. The Biden administration is instructing administration workers to use new language when referring to illegal immigrants. They have reportedly banned terms such as alien and illegal. They've replaced alien with non-citizen or individual. They have replaced illegal with undocumented. Border Patrol Chief Rodney Scott has advised the acting Customs and Border Protection Commissioner that he cannot endorse new communications and vocabulary policy that has been set in motion by the Biden administration because the terms illegal and alien are part of the U.S. Code. 8 U.S. Code, Section 1325. Improper entry by alien. I'm not going to read the whole thing there, but I mean, he's saying this is the U.S. Code. This is AKA the law. And we will continue to use such terms until the law is changed. They've got a copy of the memorandum that had gone out to Border and Custom Protection. Let's see. This memorandum serves as my official non-concurrence to the proposed updated terminology for Customs and Border Protection communications and materials. I will not undermine this effort. However, I cannot endorse it. And he shares his rationale. I'm also concerned about the morale of our workforce. To be clear, when I reference morale, I'm not referring to the employee's happiness. I'm referring to an individual's willingness to take personal risk every day to keep others safe. There are countless human capital studies which indicate that mission critically, and support from leadership affects the willingness of personnel to comply with policy and professional standards. I respectfully recommend that we delay these changes until the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021 is enacted and then adjust appropriately. Now, what is the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021? I'm not even sure what that is. But meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Is this Sundance?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. What's happening? Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday. Yeah. Hey, congratulations on getting back on the air. As a matter of fact, I got back on the road the 16th of January, 2 days after you started. I was with a union company, got back out here as owner-operator. Life is good. I got a couple of things since I've been back out of here. I've noticed that all these governed trucks that run 67, 65, 68, just a courtesy, if somebody catches you and getting ready to pass you and you're the slower of the two, can you just let out, I'm not saying hit the brakes, but just let off the gas pedal for just 5 seconds. Let that guy get around you so you don't hold up traffic for 4 miles trying to pass each other. If you could do that, that'd make life a lot better out here.
Wouldn't that make it a whole lot easier? Yes. I don't know.
I mean, it would make it a lot easier. It does. I mean, I let people, if they come around me, I back out of the gas, they get in front of me, all them four-wheelers go out of the way, life is good. Now, getting back to the insurrection on January, or I won't say insurrection, I'll just say January 6th incident. Remember last year when Trump was in the White House and there was protesters outside the White House and he was scurried away to a bunker? Remember that?
I recall that happening. Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah, okay. Now, when the insurrection or the January 6th event was happening, he was not scurried away. He was at the White House watching TV, watching it unfold on TV. So if you don't think he had anything to do with it, that's all the proof you need right there. Because he felt he was not in any danger when that was going on. Now, when the protesters was going on, he felt he was he was having problems. So he had to get scurried away to an undisclosed bunker. So that's all I got to say on that one. Now, as far as Nancy Pelosi in charge, she's not in charge of the security at the Capitol building. That is the D.C. police are in charge of that. She has no authorization over the D.C. police to do that. Now, and if you have any other questions about the insurrection, ask Mike Pence what he thinks about it. He was the one taken away on that day. Donald Trump was watching TV, watching it unfold on TV.
Well, my understanding there, Sundance, is that Nancy Pelosi, D.C. police are in charge of security. They were offered additional support, a.k.a. the National Guard, by Trump and the Trump administration. Nancy Pelosi would have to authorize the use of that. And so that's right. The question Jim Jordan wants the answer to. Nancy, did you say no to allowing the Capitol Police to be assisted because you knew? That's what she doesn't want to answer.
Well, she wasn't asked, and she didn't think she needed it. It's a Trump rally.
No, wait. That question hasn't.
For a Trump rally
you don't know that. Listen, the word came down from the likes, whoever it was. They told them there's going to be a large crowd here. We are concerned that things may get out of control. We would like to offer you the support of the National Guard to assist the Capitol Police. The response to that would have had to have come from Nancy Pelosi. Nancy's the one that could authorize.
Who requested that?
The Capitol Police. The Capitol Police would have gone to Nancy Pelosi to request to see whether or not they needed the assistance. Now that's what Jordan wants the answer to. Did Nancy get asked that question and deny the request? Because, that would essentially be her kind of supporting, as Steve said, being a part of a coup. Yet knowing that this was going to be unfolding. But, see, I don't think we're going to get the answer to that question. Yeah, that's why Jim Jordan's not going to be on the committee. And now, Nancy alluded, what was it? She alluded to maybe appointing some other Republicans to the commission. All that would mean is she's going to find a couple of other Republicans, rhinos, and there's plenty of them up there. She's going to find some others that do not like Trump. She might put them on the commission because they're not going to ask the hard questions. And they're not going to try to get to the truth. Just take it for what it's worth. Get a quick news break here. We return to your calls momentarily. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Attorney General Merrick Garland traveled to Chicago after announcing a new initiative with the ATF to get illegal guns off the streets in 5 major cities.
We're going to try and mesh it up with grants for communities to, as I said, to prevent violence, to interrupt violence, and to provide the kind of relationship between the police and the community necessary to build trust.
Garland says gun traffickers bring guns into major cities and then sell them to gang members. There's no change in mask guidance from the CDC, even as cases of the coronavirus Delta variant are rising. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky.
We have consistently and repeatedly said, if you are unvaccinated, you need to be wearing a mask to protect yourself and others around you. And we need more people to get vaccinated to stop this pandemic.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me take you back in time a little ways to shortly after the whole January 6th thing unfolded. Yeah, when the Senate, there were several committees that were looking into what happened. The Senate committee report showed how an intelligence arm of the Capitol Police disseminated security assessments. They said, the threat of violence was remote or not likely to happen. Even as authorities collected evidence showing that there were, quote, activists that intended to bring weapons and, quote, storm the Capitol. There was significant, widespread, unacceptable breakdowns, they said, in the intelligence gathering. The failure to assess the threat of violence on that day. But the questions, there are essentially more questions than answers. That's why they're, quote, putting this so-called commission together to get to the bottom of it. But Nancy and the Democrats are doing everything they possibly can to make sure the narrative stays that it was Trump supporters, that Trump incited them to storm the Capitol with his speech on that day. They don't want anyone asking whether Nancy was actually given the question, hey, we've been told there could be violence. They've offered to send in several thousand National Guard to be on hand if necessary. Yeah, Nancy, did she turn that request down? Because she's the one that would have had the authority to say thumbs up or thumbs down to that. Am I recollecting that correctly, Steve?
You certainly are, my man. You got it all down, Steve. And first thing I'd like to say, this isn't why I called, but this is what happens when the media controls our brain waves and brain thoughts when you're watching the wrong stuff and listening to the wrong radio stations. This was not an insurrection. I wish people would really quit using that word. See, there wasn't one person that went into that building that was charged with a weapons violation. This wasn't some group of people that were trying to overthrow the United States government. This was, you want to call it a riot, you want to call it a protest, you want to call it mayhem. I mean, that's what it was. It wasn't an insurrection. But that's what the media has been portraying this as, the narrative, that it was an insurrection. Trump supporters and Republicans trying to overthrow the process of democracy. Horse crap. That's what it is. Steve, it's the same narrative that's been going on for the last 5 years. The collusion, the racism, the insurrection. It goes on and on and on, one lie after another. Let's just change the language. For that last caller, Steve, Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell are in charge of the Capitol building. They are number one and number two, or number one and number one. One for the Senate, one for the House. Capitol Police, as you said, they do security. They report to Nancy Pelosi. The chief of the Capitol Police reports to Nancy Pelosi. He went to her and informed her that
they needed to bring National Guard in. Donald Trump, I believe, offered 10,000 National Guard that day. There were parts of that Capitol that weren't even protected that day. Why is that? That's a question she doesn't want to answer, Steve.
Correct.
She knows what went on. She knows what went on. Mitch McConnell knows what went on. And they didn't stop it. They didn't want to stop it because this is a narrative they wanted to portray us as American conservative patriots, that we're bad people, that we're white supremacists, that we're this and we're that. That's the whole point behind this whole thing. And Jim Jordan, man, I'll tell you, he is a great, great representative of your state, Steve. That guy's a patriot, and he doesn't back down from anybody, and that's what Pelosi's scared about. She's scared of Jim Jordan. She's scared of Banks from Indiana because they're going to stand up and they're going to voice their opinion like they should be able to. This is what do they call it? A kangaroo court.
Yeah, dog and pony
That's
show.
what it is. Yeah, a dog and pony show. You think the Bezos space flight was a dog and pony show? Watch this on CNN or whatever. You want to see a dog and pony show. But Steve, my comment, I'm sorry. My comment was about Eagle, man. I'm glad he spoke up about this black-white thing. And if he's listening to Mark Levin, if he hasn't bought a copy of his book, Eagle, it'll be the best $17 you ever spent. I guarantee you. Because it talks about this black-white thing that's going on in America with this critical race theory. You know, these teachers' unions, Steve, they were just exposed on Fox News. I don't know if you listened to the Fox News report a couple of nights ago on Levin's podcast. This lady that's been put in charge of promoting critical race theory to the teachers' unions in 13,000 school districts, they were putting out a manual on they were going to come in and teach teachers how to teach anti-racism in our classrooms. And the school board finally backed down, not the school board, the Board of Education in Washington finally backed down from it when Fox News caught them with their hand in the cookie jar. Oh, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Well, they are doing it. It's all in the book. It's just unbelievable, Steve, what they're trying to do. Here's what they do. They destroy the history. They destroy the society. They pin people against each other. And that's how they take over. That's Marxism. That's exactly what we're staring in the face. People get this book, they're gonna educate themselves on what's really going on. You know, I work with 60% black people, Steve, at my terminal in Tennessee. There's a lot of blacks that live in Tennessee. And I'll tell you, 99% of them that I run into, they're very respectful. They treat me with dignity and respect. I treat them with dignity and respect. I haven't seen any kind of racism go on the ground and on the street and where I work. And I'll tell you, most of them are educated and they know what's happening in this country. They know. And they're not blind to it, Steve. They're not buying the BS that CNN and CSNBC are putting out there. You know, if you're watching that stuff, really, you know, I really wish people would just tune it out, especially if you're, you know, if you're a conservative and you believe in America, because all these people are doing is spewing lies about us. You know, they attack us on a daily basis. But I want to give kudos to Eagle, man. He's a great American patriot, and keep fighting, Eagle. And I'll tell you what, that guy should run for Congress in Texas. Because I think he would win. I really do, Steve, if he ran for a seat. So, go American Eagle. Have a great weekend, Steve.
All right, thanks for chiming back in. Yeah, Mike looked it up. Thank you, Mike. He forwarded. See, I knew I had. I think this is one that I actually shared. This is going back to, let's see, from the archives, January 11th of 2021. So like 5 days after the, quote, insurrection occurred. And they were just, you know, it was the earliest of stages looking into what the hell happened. At that point in time, the chief of U.S. Capitol Police, a guy by the name of Stephen Sund, who had by that point in time already resigned his position, after Pelosi asked for him to step down. Yeah, he said that he had requested on a number of occasions to call in the National Guard ahead of the demonstration in support of President Trump. Now, he kind of contradicted what was the message coming down from Pelosi and Liz Cheney. I mean, the immediate declaration was Donald Trump incited a riot on the Capitol. Sund says he requested assistance 6 times ahead of and during the attack. Each of those requests was denied or delayed. So if he's making these requests, again, who denied, who delayed his request? He was the Capitol Chief of Police at the time. Sund went on to say, if we would have had the National Guard, we could have held them at bay until more officers from our partner agencies could arrive. During a conference call with several law enforcement officials, he asked the Pentagon to provide backup that day. Now, let's see. Director of the Army Staff said on the call that he couldn't recommend that Army Secretary authorize deployment. Sund and others on the call said, I don't like the visual of the National Guard standing a police line with the Capitol in the background. Ultimately, it would be more than 3 hours later before any National Guard troops arrived. It was after the damage had already been done. It was after the fact. These are the things that we truly need the answers to. But all right, hello to the Big Moose. Happy Friday.
Hey, bud, what's going on?
Not much. How's your night?
Oh, it's about the same. Just fresh dose of sodomy every day you get up,
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to clarify one thing there about, I've got no control over what goes on in the world. I want to apologize for my opinion, but I'm entitled to one same as the next guy, I feel.
Sure.
And as far as this whole vaccine thing goes, I wasn't trying to manipulate the system or trying to tell people not to talk about it. They just had 4 or 5 people, ganging up on one guy, and I just thought it'd be a good idea to change the subject at the time. So, I guess I just shut the hell up. But it didn't have a thing to do with discussing that vaccine. It was 4 or 5 of them, calling in there, calling 1 or 2 of them a dumbass. And I thought, that's really not fair. I mean, fair playing field there. So I just thought maybe changing the subject at the time would have been a good idea. So if that offended anybody, you can get over it or have a long time living with it. But that was what the deal was. But I support you. I support your sponsor, and I continue to use their products. I buy them in bulk every week. So, I love this platform, and I've been in there rooting for you guys for a long time, and your old man before you. So, I don't want anybody to think that I'm anything but supporting what's going on here. I think it's a wonderful thing. I think it's a wonderful sounding board for everybody to talk about anything. And I'm of the opinion that we can't have freedom without freedom of speech. So I think this is, a good thing we got going here, because a lot of these voices have been muted on any other platform. So
But with that, I'll say keep between the spotted and the solid. Everybody have a good weekend, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
That would be the word. Yeah, you know what? The other night, anyway, when he made that call, in all honesty, we had, I think it was our Tuesday program. We almost spent the entire program, talking about vaccine stuff, and then we were like 2 hours into the following morning. And I could see on the, some of the Facebook and YouTube posts, it's like, for the love of God, please, can we change the subject? I'm so tired. I'm so tired. That doesn't mean we're not going to talk about anything further in regards to it. By no means. Yeah, it was just good to kind of break away there and get off the topic momentarily that particular morning. There's a lot of other things going on in the world aside from that. So, yeah, there you go. No harm, no foul. All right, back in a moment, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Someone was asking earlier about why were there so few people that showed up for Biden in Cincinnati. That's pretty much that was the case. Leading up to the election, everywhere Biden went, little bitty crowds. We're all going to gather out in the parking lot and honk our horns when he says something we like. Remember that? I posted a picture, I believe that, I don't know if that was from the Enquirer or what it was, that was showing the inside of the venue with Biden. Biden's on stage, and I mean, hell, there's people up in the front rows, but 90% of the venue was empty. They could have put those people just into a local cafe or something. Somebody said, well, from what I read, it was invitation only. Yeah, it was supposedly invitation only. And, Joe said, well, you tell me, what elected official wants the least number of supporters to be there? I mean, honestly, in your life, have you ever heard of such a thing where you're going to have a, quote, town hall, but you don't want anybody in the crowd? And Melissa said, well, that's how they explain why no one was there, because, it was invitation only. But you can't help but just laugh. All right, couple of minutes left here. Let's see. Is this Rob this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. That guy that called in and was talking about Donald Trump locking himself in the White House or whatever, everybody knows Donald Trump doesn't choose when they put him in the bunker or whatever. That's Secret Service. He has no control over his own personal
Oh, yeah.
security
They say, come
as
on,
president.
you're absolute. I was trying to understand what kind of a comparison he was trying to make about that. I mean, what they had outside the White House that particular evening was the Black Lives Matter mob and the Antifa mob and those that wanted to drag Trump out of the White House. They weren't there to support him. Why the hell would Trump go to a bunker when you got 500,000 people in town that supported him on January the 6th?
I agree, because if you have BLM and all them stand there, if they decide they're going to jump the fence, the only defense they would have at the White House is just start mowing them down. And, it's easier to just get the president out of there and let them do whatever they would need to the White House beforehand.
Well, I'm with you on that, Rob. Again, I couldn't understand how or why he was trying to make a comparison. I mean, trying to say that Trump was, at the White House watching television when the whole Capitol incursion was taking place. Well, hell, I mean, all those people were there to. What was the headline? It was something called "Stop the Steal." That was what was taking place at the Capitol. It was the certification of the election results that thousands and thousands of people felt needed to be halted. Remember that they were angered at Mike Pence for not acting on that? It could have slowed things down, delayed things, but it wouldn't have made a difference because, here we are, 6+ months even after that fact. And with these ongoing investigations, Maricopa County, Fulton County, I mean, they're still talking more about looking into Pennsylvania. I think there was 13 counties in Texas that are looking at it. Where's the headline yesterday? Texas state Republicans seeking forensic audit of ballots in 13 largest counties there in the state of Texas. I mean, this investigation stuff's going to go on and on and on. What they'll uncover, who knows? I think if the truth were to actually ever come out, it would probably be pretty significant. But if, had Mike Pence acted on January the 5th or 6th, whatever, it would have only delayed the inevitable by a day or two or a couple, something like that. It would. Hey, we run out of time on a Friday morning. Have yourself a great weekend if you're going to be heading down to the NTPA pools later today or Saturday for the big weekend event there. Make sure to stop by and say hello to Josh. That's the 46th Annual Lions Super Pool of the South there in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Aside from that, have a great weekend. We'll see you back here midnight hours, Sunday night. Get ready for a new week. Be safe, and thanks for being a part of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.